Hello, hello, hello. It's been a minute since I got back to Fire Emblem. Just kind of had a real wild week, and it unfortunately messed with Fire Emblem stuff more than it did Pokemon stuff. But I'm back. It's been about a week, but what I remember, um, I was basically on the verge of taking care of Sakai, but I needed to something take out that mastermind evil guy who had overthrown the king in Etruria, and I was warned that there are like siege tomes aplenty in this map, so we'll see how it goes. Oh, to reiterate, this is a blind playthrough. I know, broadly speaking, how to get the true ending. I'm pretty sure I am not on track for that at this point. But other than that, I'm pretty blind. I'm fine with any gameplay tips or tricks, but by and large, if you could avoid spoiling story, I would appreciate it. After Roy meets Neem the Hermit, some light is shed on Byrne's dragons. With many questions still left unanswered, Roy directs his troops towards a large manor on the edge of Bulgar. Here, High Chancellor Rorts prepares his defenses for his last stand. This is like a small map, but it seems like it might be a deceptively small one. So I'm definitely going to need to bring a thief here. So it's kind of a question of who can I leave behind, and I think one of those answers is Raig, because I get the old lady shaman, or the old lady druid, who seems to be largely superior to the boy, which is kind of disappointing, but ultimately whatever. Let's see, who do I have left for it? I only have Kath. Surely there's no way this can go wrong. Oh, I'm so screwed. Or wait, no, take. You need a lockpick. And pure water's probably gonna come in handy. If and when you get targeted by siege tomes. Let's see. I'm leaving Alan out as far as the A squad. Was they gonna lurk today? Siege tomes often prioritize the lowest deployed unit. Interesting. And yeah, welcome to lurk. Lowest, so like Kath would be the priority here, which is frightening. Maybe then I try to manipulate it by like having them target Clarine mostly. I think she'd be my best tank for it. No, Lilina would be. Yeah, let's try and do a little manipulation here. Grab yourself a heal staff. It could be valuable to potentially bring along Faye, because she has a resistance of effectively infinite. Just to have her tank Siege Tome hits, if that's going to be a big deal here. And I'm getting close to endgame, so I think I can start letting Faye out to play a little bit. However, the very limited uses on the Divine Stone kind of give me pause. Hello, Bandit. What's up? Been a hot minute since I've seen you. How goes? How is your Thursday? Just getting back into some Fire Emblem here. Nah, that's fine. Seems like you've been plenty busy on your end. Let's give you a Silver Lance. You need a fresh Javelin. Ooh, I am almost out of Javelins. That's not good. Hello, River. Catch me up on me? Or catch you up on me? I think I'm losing my vision. That's not good. Rest your eyes if you got it. As far as for me, just kind of keeping on, doing a lot of, Fire Emblem and Pokemon. On the personal front, I think my long unemployment nightmare might be coming to an end soon. Hopefully. Kind of TBD on that. But there are some promising signs, which is good. Because that's been driving me crazy. And I had a pretty good birthday a few days ago, so that was nice as well. Thanks. I need all the luck I can get, ironically. Would Alan be better to bring than Noah? Noah does have that thickness. Yeah, I think I need the thickness. Thanks. I kept it pretty low-key, but yesterday my siblings took me out for some karaoke, which we hadn't done in a very long time. And that was just fantastic. One of those places where it's Asian style, so you have your own private room and everything. We're a big fan of that style. What do I give you for your other weapon? You have a pretty good sword. Maybe a good axe? Yeah. I'm running out of a lot of 1-2 range weapons, which is potentially bad. Kath is deployed. If I have a ward staff, it might be a good idea to bring it here. Do I have one? Or barrier staff, right. And I think warp could be good to help offset all the damage that's going to be coming in from, like, afar. I can just warp over, like, Milady or something. Like, barrier her and then warp her. And then just kind of have her go through and just slaughter everyone who's going to cause me troubles. That might be a little bit optimistic, but it's hard to make a plan going into this because it's, you know, fog of war and everything. Let me see if I can cheat out any extra info by putting Kath closer to the front. Probably not, though. A little bit. Oh, Berserk Staff. Okay, so I will want the Restore. Okay, then. Lilina, you're not good enough to use that yet, are you? No. Damn it. I might have to give up on the idea of the Barrier Staff. Do I have, like, a high-use Physics Staff I can give her? No. Yeah, given the options, I think Barrier Staff is the most easily gotten rid of, because I'm gonna want Restore, because that could end things. Yo, like Advance Wars. Yeah, just like Advance Wars. Gee, it's like they're made by the same people. Wild. Okay, I don't have a huge amount of confidence in my plans, but all I can do is fling these friends into it and see what happens. We got a few Sword Reavers in the mix. A Halberd friend, who I'm gonna need to bear in mind. And actually, it might be a good idea to have Lilina with the Bolting Tome in case I need it. This seems like an appropriate place to bust it out, because it's going to be a pain picking off foes. Okay, so obviously the Sword Boys will want to take the lead here. Where's my other Sword Boy? There you are. Followed by Cavs and Flyers. Kath well towards the back. Garrett could maybe get a hit in. Lilina can surely roast a man alive. Okay, this is probably going to be a disaster. Is Roy good yet? No. Though I'm close enough to the end of the game, I'm going to try giving him a little more XP. We'll see how that goes. The worthless fools outside failed. The enemy is in the mansion. Blast it. If I die, I'm taking that Roy down with me. Lord Rorts, the remnants of the Jute say they'll come to our aid after they hide Mergleese? Mergleese. Mergleese. Ah, one of the legendary weapons. Good, then we must simply hold our own until then. Okay, so there's a legendary weapon on the line, and it's time-based. Alright. This is Rort's Manor. This mansion's framework is big enough to hide troops and ballistae. You won't be safe with your back up against the wall. Do you know much about this place? Probably more than most, anyway. That's what I'm known for. I picked up that bit of information back in the city. Do you know what the demon dragon looks like? Can't say that I do. Still, I would relish the opportunity to see it with my own eyes. I've been wondering, do you think the demon dragon is in human form as well? It seems probable. It could be that all dragons in this realm are in human form. I've even heard stories of dragons in human form living with people. Arcadia. What did you say? Nothing. I don't know much about the details, but I've read that dragons only begun to take human form after the ending winter. The ending winter? I expect you've heard of it. Yes, but only in legend. I learned that in the ending winter, the laws of nature were all warped. Day became night and summer became winter. That's it. The scrolls I read are so time-worn that I couldn't decipher all of them. But one thing is clear. The ending winter was a disaster powerful enough to bend and twist the whole planet. What caused it? Nobody knows for certain. Legend says it happened when the dragons released vast amounts of magical power, but nobody is sure what really happened. In any case, it is a certainty that dragons began to take human form after the ending winter. I don't believe it is mere coincidence. I agree. Either way, the truth lies in Bern. I suspect that might be the work of the fan translation here. It could be they were probably going for something more like a, like a Fimbulvinter reference from Norse mythology. And like it make... Oh, you come with an Eclipse Tome and a Physics Staff. Yes, very good. But that explanation the game's presented seems plausible, but almost like a little too plausible. I suspect the truth might be a little bit more complicated. Yeah, let's have Rutger just delete a man. Oh, Solid Snake. Ending winter? Ending winter! Oh, you have a Sword Reaver. That's awkward. Let's see then. Maybe... Let's see, how much movement do you have? 6, so if you... 1, 2... 6. You could get in 1-2 range. Because I need this guy to die, because he has a halberd. Oh, actually, Shin would be a really easy way of making that happen, with a bard boost, so never mind. Let's see, where are other Sword Reaver friends? Well, for the moment, Big Deke Energy can take on this guy. I can see if I can get Grant Roy a kill. Yeah. Roy gets to kill a guy. Critting on the second hit, of course, naturally. Let's see. Percy can down this guy. How does Steel Axe looks like garbage. Yeah, whatever. We're late enough in the game. I don't feel too bad about spending Silver Lance uses. Oh, come on. 83% chance, man. Why must you do this? Alright, Shin, I need to take out Halberd guy. That's fine. I'm not out of options yet. Yeah, I probably want to go through the doors in here so I can help myself to all these wonderful treasures. That's weird. I would think this guy would be a prime candidate for a siege tome, but he only has an L-fire. Interesting. Certainly unexpected. Okay, Shanna should be able to finish this guy off. I might want to see if I could, like, counter-snipe the Berserk Staff Man, because that's going to be a big old pain. Oh, can I even get in range? Oh, I don't have it in vision. Kath, if you would. I can't. Damn, she can't make it there. That's real tragic. Alright. That guy is a Sword Reaver, so that'll be bad news for either of them. Might want to go on my warp plan immediately here. Yeah, Milady is my best bet here. I think. Oh, I really wish I could buff up her resistance first. Oh, wait, she doesn't even have, like, an elixir or anything. Let's have you pass off of Voln. Take her... Brave Lance? I guess? Okay, this is going to be very risky, but it's the best option I see. Alright, how bad is this matchup? Could be worse. Get her a little bit of sword XP. And she'll probably dodge it. Or not. Oh well. She can heal up next turn on the way to that, taking care of that ballista, and it'll let me scout along the path I'm gonna take in the meantime. Also, I do have multiple physics staves, so that helps. Also, the old lady needs her animations turned on. There you are. Oh, she's got like a custom sprite versus just a generic druid. That's nice. It's a good touch. Sword Reaver Man kind of remains at large, but he shouldn't be enough to, like, seriously harm much of anyone. Oh, it's only Rutger that'll be able to attack into. That's fine. He ain't gonna be able to do a damn thing. Big ups to the AI for being like, ah, I have an Axeman, and there's a Lance user there who has low defense. Better attack. Just outstanding job, intelligent systems. There it is. Ooh, bolting on Roy. That's not good. Okay. Thank you for dodging. Oh, God. I really want the treasures from this map, so I think that's gonna have to be a reset. Why did I let every other thief die? Christ. Well, well, if it isn't the consequences of my actions. So, Calf gets rocked even with pure water. Do I have keys that I could give out? I have one chest key. Okay, what is your aid? Your aid is 0. Okay, so I can't just have you rescue Kath. Your con is only 5. Melina can't rescue you. Clarine can rescue you. Which is not without risk. But that might be my best option, since otherwise I'm giving up a lot of treasures. Yeah, those siege tomes indeed. I think aside from that, my basic strategy was pretty solid. I want to put an elixir on Milady, though. Yeah, Faye is a good siege tome tank, but they were still going for Kath despite her not being the last deployed unit. So my strategy is kind of revolving around, like, how can I make sure they can't incinerate Kath from range? Since pure water was not enough to seal the deal there. To the point where I may as well just bank it. But I could deploy Faye as well. Question is just who I would leave behind, and the answer is probably Noah. Because, yeah, he's thick, but he's got nothing else going on. So I think it is time for the Child Dragon to take the stage. Because Japan. May as well give you a torch as well. I don't plan on using you to attack a whole lot. So hopefully between deploying Faye in the last slot and Kath getting rescued by Clarine until I'm sure we're clear, we should be okay, I hope. Also, I need to bust out bolting and not be shy about using it, I think. Wait. I can bring a staff on you. Hammering, so we can hammer in boltings from the old lady. Yes, because she comes in with, like, A rank, I think, and hammering is C. Okay, this is still gonna be rough, still might involve some death. But oh well. Alright, Faye, you're not gonna be used for combat. She's so tiny. I mean, it makes sense since she looks like she's like 6. But Percival, Garrett might be of some use. Alright. I guess it was about due for the Sakai route to start living up to its reputation of being more difficult. And, well, here we are. Just starting off the same. I wiped on turn 1, so I'll leave animations on. Because that was just the game slapping me across the face, like, from the word go, basically, so... I ain't gonna apply my usual rule about, that sort of thing. Actually, I'm not gonna be able to warp you round one, so why don't I just have you kill this guy, milady? Makes the initial room clearing just a little bit simpler. I'll move you up into support range, and then Roy can kill this man. Because poor Roy, he needs all the help he can get. And still he wastes a killing edge use and crits on the second attack. Alright, great. Just a slap in the face. Okay, let's do the same plan for taking care of Halberd Man. Or could maybe have you with the javelin? No, that doesn't hit strong enough. Alas! Ugh, I have a tendency to pack rat in these games, so it's so nice to just kind of give myself permission to be like, okay, I should start using the good weapons now. Feels very liberating. Let's see, this guy is Sword Reaver Man, yeah? Yeah. Iron Lance, there. And let's hope all the ranged people that I didn't deal with don't screw me over too hard this time. But oh well, after, as long as I'll be able to remember that, Sacred Stones draft where I struggled to get past Ghost Ship, no amount of restarts in Fire Emblem will ever feel as bad. So, I'm good. Bring it on, game. Well, they potentially had lethal on Roy there. That's fun. Are they berserking her? Interesting choice. Okay, so maybe what I do is I warp Shanna in here because she can fight mages pretty well. And I warp Milady over here because she has the Delphi shield. And that's just my bard use for the turn. Yeah, I think that's probably the smart play from the information I have. The big double warp turn. Shanna, get in there. Of course, she's now stuck there for the rest of the map, but she's not exactly like a key combat unit for me. Because she's turned out, like, fine, but not outstanding, I would say. Very much kind of the mental image I had of, Hag Knights for a long time. I'm sorry if everyone is screaming at the screen because they're seeing me waste 2 warp staff uses, but it is what it is. Okay, decent level. You must die. It's a good map for it? Yeah. With all the, like, segmentation and being, like, cut off from other areas, this seems like a prime time to use it. I honestly would have grabbed the rescue staff as well if I hadn't seen that this guy right here has the berserk staff, which means there's at least, like, 2 or 3 more dudes with status staves, so... Now, the downside of this is gonna be, I'm not gonna be able to start popping open doors for a hot minute. But honestly, I think that's okay. Because I can just start grinding through the west side in the meantime. Where I'm just gonna have to tank whatever they're throwing at... There's a door on that side. I should have brought a door key on Roy or something. Okay, I will burn that bridge if we get to it. Fuck. Well, Rutger, you're basically invincible. Wait, oh, I guess that is a sword master. Do you one-shot with the silver sword? You do. Perfect. Because I'm busting out the good weapons. We're serving up the enemies the fine china, so to speak. That probably won't work, but it might. Big Deke energy delivers. A little bit. Follow that up with a Percy. Really? That's not lethal? Surprising. Ooh, actually what I should do... I should start picking off these guys. That's probably a better... Eh. I guess they aren't massive threats, so... You take care of the immediate threats, or at least help set up on them. Or Shin just gets it done, because he's Shin and he's amazing. Okay, what do you have? You have a stealable red gem. That's an interesting decision, game. Huh. That's... Faye definitely needs to go west to hopefully draw a little Siege Tome fire. As far as who can remain over here, I think... like, Percival and Garrett... should be enough, and everyone else breaks... west. I'm assuming resistance will be a little lighter over here, because I'll have my commando kind of wiping out everybody over here, so it'll just be a few sword masters. Could turn out to be a terrible decision, but limited information. Ooh, you're equipped with bolt. Right, they're both only equipped with bolting. I don't even have to worry about counterattacks. This is great. Of course, Shanna's weak as hell, so... I still have to use at least the Killer Lance to guarantee a kill, which is annoying. Could I potentially wipe them both out if I counter-boltinged? You know what? I'm smoking them if I got them. Come on, Lilina. Come on. Yes! Okay, now I should... Ooh, that's only 32. Well, this is why I gave her the Brave Lance. Because her strength is garbage. You start to go that way. Oh, probably should have had the support set up, huh? Oops. Not having a javelin on you was a mistake. You know what? It's XP. And I assume that there's a, divine, or an S-rank staff at some point, unless I've already missed it. So it'd be nice to have... Well, wait, no. Clarion can already do that. I guess it'd be nice to have 2 people that can do that, possibly. Lurk is always fine. That is totally good. Happy to be your background accompaniment as you get some work done. I fully... Oh! The manor is in chaos. Now is my chance. We'll take down Burns' troops on my own. Why, hello, sir. Would you like to get recruited by one of your countrymen? Yeah, Shin is already better than him in every way. But anyway... Chieftain. Shin, you've returned. Now you can join our fight. But Chieftain, I am currently in service to this army. Do you mean the Etrurian army? Yes. This army will not invade Sakai. Will you lend us your skills? Very well, I trust your word. I will fight with you. That was easy. Alright, you just have short bow, short sword. Let's have you break east then. Provide a little extra backup here. I guess it's kind of convenient. They're like, oh, have you not been using nomads? Here's one that's good to go right out the box. Alright, I am the least concerned about this guy. Yeah, he can't seriously threaten her, so she can just wipe him out. I guess those 2 things don't necessarily follow from each other. Oh, yes. I also wanted to mention, this stream's gonna be totally Fire Emblem, but depending on how my voice is... There's nobody on the ballista? Really? I guess that was the sniper. Depending on how my voice holds out, I'm feeling surprisingly good after a night of karaoke, whereas usually my voice is completely destroyed. But, assuming that my voice continues to hold, I will probably be doing, like a, as Hugh calls them, a double feature stream day. And I'll be doing my Nuzlocke gym fight for Gen 5 this evening. Probably in around, like, 7-ish hours from now. I want to make sure I don't step on Hugh's toes and overlap with him. But I need to get that done because I couldn't stream at the usual time last night. Because, obviously, I wanted to do karaoke. I haven't been able to get together with my siblings in far too long. And they were like, hey, we want to take you out for your birthday, Vim. And I was like, okay, great. They were like, well, how about Wednesday? I'm like, well, I stream Wednesday. They're like, haha, that's the only day that works. I'm like, alright, fine. Which, I'm sure anyone in chat who also streams can probably relate to this. Just kind of, you know, people who don't stream not really, like, taking it seriously as, like, a pursuit. And granted, in the grand scheme of things, it is not, like... I mean, right now it is, but my situation's not exactly normal. My primary method of, you know, putting money in my bank account and making a living, but... people don't think of it like that. And all my siblings are, well, all my siblings in town, I guess, are older, so they're not quite as cognizant of, like, how streamers work and, like, the culture and stuff. I think my brother-in-law might be. He's at least something of a gamer, but I don't think he really consumes much in the way of, like, gaming content. Rutger, let's put you out front. I'm quite confident you can dodge. Faye needs to go this way. These lads and lass are kind of on standby until I can confirm it's safe. Shanna's now stuck in the courtyard. Though logically she could just, like, fly up and over, but... hey, game engine limitations and such. And I'm gonna boost Faye along. So, hopefully she can, like, do a good job of drawing fire. Feels weird to have someone who is, in appearance, a small child doing my tanking duties for magic, but so it goes. Okay, thank you for dodging, Roy. That could have been really bad. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Oh shit, Killer Ballista. Lilina dodges like the legend she is, as I just continue to never be punished for my rash decisions. Hey, could I give you a kill here? Maybe with setup. I don't want to have Roy attack again, because that's too dangerous. Checking. Really? Really, game. Wow. Each route has a stupid promo item like that. Huh. Well, I don't need any more Orion's bolts, so that would just be money. That's still, like, valuable. But I think that guy just needs to get boltinged for my safety. Much as I hate leaving money on the table, but I do have an Elysian Whip and a Hero's Crest that I can pretty safely sell. So, much as I hate to piss away money, I think that's the safest thing to do. Only gettable with Warp, yeah. Doesn't seem worth it. Because I already committed to having my Warper be over here. I don't even know if there's anyone else for her to fight over this way. But I may as well check. Are you wounded? Basically, no. Aha! Oh, a longbow. That's annoying. Killing Edge Man in there. Okay, I can be relatively sure it is safe for Kath to come out and play. So, let's get her on the map. Really? Unpromoted knights in the boss room. That's surprising to me. It's also looking less likely that there's gonna be... Ooh, I need Roy to go east, because that's the only way I'm gonna be popping open doors, don't I? Yeah, I need Roy to go east. I did not think this through. I extremely did not think this through. Well, damn it. Okay, bolting. I should have done that before I had relief. Okay, great. I am failing across the board. Can you tell it's been a minute since I came back to Fire Emblem? I really need this to hit, please. Thank you. Please get some skill. Ah, speed is still good on her. Okay, and you need... Oh, you already grabbed that hammer. Perfect. Let's go ahead and use one of them. 68% of the time, it works every time. Exactly. And we hammer in a bolting. We hammer the hell out of a bolting. Let's see, these guys. Silver Sword, Lance Reaver. Yeah. I think I have Shin get the kill here. I can have Faye back him up if he misses an 89. But he doesn't, because he's Shin. Nice. I'd like it if you could get strength as well, but for FE6, you're doing alright. I'm very tempted to try and feed her kills. This is probably not a not a good idea, but it remains tempting. Alright, now for the dynamic duo to go to work. The Sword Brothers. We're still not at fucking A rank. Very much wish that this game was a little bit better about giving you progression on supports. That's potentially bad. We need a stronger sword. We need a crit. We 87%. And that's still not lethal. Jesus. This would be, albeit at a slightly lower rate, but this is probably the smarter way to play this. There we go. Thank you, Critker. Please get some strength. Okay, great. Good level. Defense would have been nice as well, of course, but yeah, that's quite good for a Swordmaster level. No complaints, no notes. Well, minimal notes. Let me bard you, just in case somebody's gonna come galloping out of the fog of war. Because Faye can't quite fight everyone. Yet. Give her time. Time she really won't be getting in this run. What do you mean? Oh, the door is there. I was like... Is this a door she can't lockpick for some reason? No. I just have to have her standing here. Oh, okay, that's not exactly clear from the tile set, but meh, whatever. For safety, let's let's weaken you from afar. And with any luck whatsoever, Percy can finish it. 69%. It worked. Nice. We were foiled from the 69% accuracy on Lolina, but it came through for us. We were able to use the number of comedy. Iron Sword enough? No. Very well. Cowabunga it is. Swordmaster with a Woe Dao. That's terrifying. Yeah, I really don't like that. Now, the million-dollar question, am I stuck over here? I sure am. Yep, nobody to drop a door key. Everybody's got to turn around and head east. God, that's brutal. So you can get soft-locked on this level easily. Wow. I'm used to Fire Emblem map design where, like, if you have... Oh, breakable wall. Never mind. Thank God I looked again. I was like, man, I can't believe they do that. They didn't. They didn't, and I was almost a stupid dingus. More so than normal. I need to be a little careful how I break through the wall, though. Starting to break down a wall with bow is, that's a little... Okay, sure, we can pretend that makes sense, but... Eclipse works on walls? Oh my god, I found a use for Eclipse. That's amazing. That's so good, because usually it's so inaccurate, it's worthless. I did not think that was going to be a thing. But that HP to 1 is perfect when these walls have 100 hit points. Oh, that's so convenient. I love it. Alrighty, and I had some tea right before I went live, and predictably, it just kind of running right through me. So I am going to toss up the AFK, let the enemy phase roll, and, you know, maybe somebody will die while I'm away. I'll be back in just like a minute and a half. Hope you'll stick with me. Okay, I return. Looks like not a whole lot happened on enemy phase, which no news is definitely good news there. However, I've made a bit of a miscalculation with where Roy is, and I think I now need to have my new Nomad Trooper become the Roy Uber service to help get him to where he actually needs to be. But in the meantime, I can pop this open and start killing fools. Only trouble is gonna be these sages, because I don't necessarily have people who are great at fighting magic. Unless I just start blasting. That does feel a little bit excessive. Particularly because she can't one-shot anyone, which is annoying. Yeah, I think I might need to just get set up this turn, I guess. Like, get Elfin a little closer so he can play for somebody, because I'm not too worried about these knights. I'm really not. They've got more skill than I'd expect, but I feel like most anybody should be able to tank them so long as I don't let too many through to Lilina, so... Wait, do any of these have javelins? Okay, so one javelin would be 19 into... so that would be 15, but she'd only be able to hit by one. So I think I'm actually going to have Lilina lure out the enemy sages by putting her in range. And attempt to, like, get myself set up that way. And then everybody else just kind of poised to spring in next turn. Meanwhile... Steel Sword, Silver Axe. Silver Axe Man is definitely the bigger threat. But I gotta go fast here. I don't have time to wait around. And... Garrett, try? I should probably bench Garrett, in all honesty. I keep trying so hard to have a usable axe user, and it just keeps not working out for me. Wait. Can Clarion one round? She can fairly reliably one round that guy, so then do I have a guaranteed kill on that? Not even close. Never mind. Over here is the Percival versus the world. Is there a sniper hiding up here? Nope. So my best unit is just trapped in a corner for the rest of the map. Great. Oh well. Worth it to get the threats over there just out of the way. Mm-hmm. Counterattack for 32. It's beautiful. Beautiful, I tell you. So glad she's turned out so well. Oh no, she gets hit for 4. And Lilina will probably be in charge of killing the boss as well. I can't see his stats yet, but I can't imagine he's going to be able to seriously stand up to her. Even with the benefit of a throne, though I might have to wait until Roy gets there to provide support backup. Alright, so I think I drop him off, and then, since my plan worked, I think I need to have... Yeah, I think I need to get my Bard over to where the Thief action is, so I can make sure I get all these chests with Kath before my time runs out, because I still don't know how long I have. I should probably err on the side of caution and assume less than I think. You know what, Garrett? Go for it. Yeah, I got the boy a kill. Please get some anything. Well, speed. Speed is good. I'll take speed. Out of context quotes. Let's see, if this guy crit, 19 into, that'd be 4, yeah, that's not a threat to Percival. I can continue to have him lead the way. I could even deliberately YOLO him into the Killing Edge, man. With probably good results, so that just leaves Wodow guy. 21 into... So that would be, what, 6, 18? Yeah. The only issue is if he misses. If he misses, they could go back and kill Kath, which would be a literal worst-case scenario, so never mind. I will employ coward strategies once again. As far as here... kinda doesn't matter. I'll have the old lady bust down the wall. Her actual... Dark magic. I've cracked the code. In the magic triangle, dark magic is not strong versus anima magic, it's strong versus walls. I figured it all out, friends. This is what Big Wall doesn't want you to know. Okay, how do you look? Spear and red gem. Okay, nothing too threatening here, as expected. You have Axe Reaver. And if I go in with Longbow, I don't know if that's enough to get a kill, though. No. But, yeah, Shin will be able to dodge tank around these guys, because he can get a kill here. Let's see, what turn is it? It's only turn 7. I would think I'd have at least a few more turns, where they'd be like, oops! Legendary weapon gone. Retry, idiot. But I've been wrong before. Also, I gotta say, fewer siege tones than I was fearing. There certainly could have been more. But maybe my brain just kind of leapt to the one Siege Tome Heavy Gaiden on the FE7 ROM hack that I know of, because that's like the worst I've ever seen Siege Tomes in any Fire Emblem-related thing. Because I think there were seriously 10 Siege Tome users on that map. They were all pretty inaccurate shaman, so it's not as bad as it sounds on first blush, but still very annoying. If I ever decide to play that on stream, and that's something I've been thinking about, I'll be able to show you in excruciating detail. Be kind of neat to have Faye get a kill, but it might be a little better to give it to Roy if I can. Might be able to with Light Brand. Yeah, Faye could always crit. And I kind of want to see her combat animations at least once, so... Ah! She's so feathery! I wasn't quite I was not expecting that. Oh, and I could have Shin just take this guy out. Yeah! Full coward tactics on display. Sometimes we love to see it. Come on, Roy. Come on. Okay. Honestly, with his reputation, I expected my Roy to look a lot worse. He's perfectly respectable at this level. His late promotion still screws him out of, like, being a serious contender for good unit, but it could be a lot worse. And X only one. Yeah, his defense is a little too strong. It's gonna have to be magic. Don't suppose I can hit him with Eclipse? No. So, I think the plan, once again, becomes, Lilina tries to kill. If she takes a hit, I have a physics staff waiting in the wings. Someone, come to my aid! All is lost if I fall. For you, perhaps. Alright, Thundertone is not a big loss. As I've seen, she will be fine like that. Sure. Little XP. Okay. This map could have gone a lot worse, and it did my first time around, but we're looking okay. We're looking okay. Alright, now for a little bit of mounted rescue strats. And Kath, go on a stealing spree. Okay, Axe Reaver. Nobody else really needs to move, huh? That's on the off chance these two have like a support with each other, which feels unlikely. Sword Bros with Sword Bros. Yeah. Should be good to just pass. Oh, he trying for it. And oh, he dying for it. Wait, serve me! It is not too late. I shall absolve you of your crimes. Farewell, Rorts. You are not an effective or particularly interesting villain. Now it's just praying I have enough time to pop all these chests. I don't know if I do, but this should help to ensure that I do. Hopefully. Rescue chains. Okay. Now all I need is 2 more turns. My turn count is currently 9. I'm hoping that's fast enough, because I certainly could have moved faster, but man, I'm really hoping that's good enough. Do you have any sense of where I'm at, Antihero? Like, ultimately, if I miss a legendary weapon, I probably will just keep rolling with it, because I know I can't get the true ending at this point anyway. But it'd still be nice to have, just to have a good weapon in the final few chapters of this run. Okay, Roy is in range. I'm gonna guesstimate around, like, turn 15 would be when they'd start to... I feel like it would be, like, around turn 15-ish, so I'm going to proceed under the assumption of gonna... I think you're okay, not sure how many it takes offhand. Fair enough. I'll roll the dice. Okay. Get away with it for 1. Unlock. Nosferatu. Good to have. Go thieving at incredibly high speeds. Guiding ring this rate? Okay. This late? Did I say rate? What? Well, it's money. Okay, turn 10. Please don't screw me. Good. Okay. We got him. We are clear. Dragon Shield. Good. I can think of a few people who could use that. And a blue gem. Just straight up more money. Love it. Okay, no further support for the perpetually B-rank sword boys. Roy, finish this for healing XP? Healing XP. Because I'm running out of time to get more XP for all my people. So I'm gonna seize it wherever I can. Okay, now then, Roy. Because I don't think there's anybody for the old lady to heal, but she's already at a very high level. Roy! No, wait! She can heal Roy. Okay, Roy, take us out of here. Next is Burn. Lord Roy, we have reports that remnants of the Jute are hiding in some nearby ruins. Ruins? Yes, and a captive tells us there's a bow there that was used in the scouring. What? Then, it's likely that it's a legendary weapon. We must get to those ruins. Let's go. The Tempest Bow. Roy heads towards the ruins in Sakai, hoping to secure a legendary weapon. However, the remnants of the Jute wait for Roy within. I'm making a face at the screen. You can't see it, but I'm making a face. Dear God, do I have to seize all of these? Oh no. Wait. Wait. Oh, okay, they just have the same face. I was like, hold on. I was the same dude at all these points. Oh, this is gonna suck. This map is going to make me extremely glad I put the boots on Roy, isn't it? Holy shit. Okay, well, let me do my traditional flip around, see what I gotta worry about. Welcome to the worst level. It sure does look like the worst level. I have no difficulty believing that. Like, the mere fact that there are multiple... And you have a Fenrir. Great, 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 great. One of these bosses is right. No way to tell who? Alright. Well, Kath and Faye can now safely be relieved of duty. So I can bring out a few more, Oh, wait. Was there an armory on this map? There sure wasn't. I'm so low on javelins, I am tempted to just buy them at the increased price and offset it with the silver card. It's really tempting. Guess I can bring another, like, pre-promote? Oh, wait. Hime. She wasn't deployed. Okay, never mind. With that, we've got the A squad. Perfect. I do have a little bit of selling to do. Geese. For no particular reason, let's have you sell off things. Including the hero crest that you're never going to get to use. I feel like I can probably sell off these 2 lockpicks, because there's barely anything left of the game. So I doubt I'll need them both. And if not, it's already too late! I've done it! I'll keep the Divine in case they give me a last-minute pre-promote Bishop, but that feels increasingly unlikely. Those are almost out of uses and can be sold. Ditto. It's a little bit of winter cleaning here. Killer Lance only has 1 use. I don't know if it'll let me sell the Rapier. Maybe not. But I can at least try, I guess? Oh, it does. Okay. Oh, you don't even sell javelins. Alright, well. Forget that. Okay, then. Let's get everyone kitted out. Let's give you Iron Sword, Silver Lance, because now is the time of busting out the good stuff. I have no faith in Eclipse, and there are no walls to destroy, so no need for that. We'll keep you with the hammer, and you're good. you could use... Ooh, dare I? No, it's too soon. I do feel like I should continue to hoard the legendary weapons at least a little bit longer. Probably not even gonna have anyone to wield Armads, which is depressing. But, so it goes. Let me bank the Warp Staff, and take the... Sleep Staff. Could come in handy. Roy, have I got, like, a good sword for you I can break out? Because I might want to give you kills. Guess I can give you a steel sword. And big Deke energy. Okay, I think I'm good. This is gonna be rough, but if I'm careful... Oh, right, everybody starts split up, too. Fuck me. Okay, the healer over there can be Melina because of the support. And they get the most troops up here, so I shouldn't necessarily have my A squad. So, Garrett and Shanna being here... Actually, Garrett, Shanna, Noah are all pretty good fits. Elfin is another good one to have. Because it's a little... Whoop, nope. Okay. Let's see... Gotta think in terms of what these squads will be fighting. This squad is probably most likely to fight the Wyverns. So I think I want Milady down here. Sword boys with sword boys. Shin is good. I think Shin is largely going to be taking care of this eastern flank. I'm just gonna have to lure the rest of these guys in. This is gonna be a little rough on my casters, because I won't really be able to protect them all that well. This squad down here should just be able to sweep in and crush. And I'm hoping that at least all these promoted Nomad troopers can cross rivers. This is gonna be bad. I won't mince words, team. Some of you may die. Actually, maybe I want Milady up here for her Delphi shield use. Yeah, maybe I just have this squad run without a healer. And I count on... these four? They've all faced the lightest resistance up front. I'll have to have somebody break south to help draw out this squad. Alright, this is gonna be a mess. I feel like I say that every time, but it's always a mess. The Etrurian army has arrived. They wish to take this place as well, do they? We will not let them have it. Tell our brothers that we defend to the death. We will avenge our dead comrades. Yes, sir. The legendary weapon lies here. Shin, what do you know about this place? Just that the legendary Hanan's weapon, Merglis the Tempest Bow, is here. Hanan. She and Saint Elmine were the only two women among the 8 legends. So it is said. Be on your guard. The Jude are out for blood. They want vengeance. Yes, we have to be careful. Let's move. He probably just one-shots. I do think a little bit of Operation Milady face tanks all these dudes to the south is probably a good approach. She could even do it with the boss. But there's no real need for that. And I do want to keep out of sleep staff range, so... 'cause she'll probably get hit by that, so I'll move her here. And then these guys can break east. Wait. Oh, Roy's squad is so screwed, because they have to go... Oh, no. I'll need someone to ferry Roy across the river, unless I want to wait infinite number of turns to... Oh my god. Alright. Well, I've already done my deployment. Too late to fix it. 16, 18, 15. That should mostly ping off of him. Yeah, he can take it. I mean, he'll probably get attacked by Steel Sword, but that's not that much more damage. For the most part, I'm gonna have to trust in my sword boys to be able to dodge. Definitely a sure thing for Rutger, and he'll probably be the one that gets targeted, because, you know, no range counter option, because Lightbrand is on Roy. Where I kind of feel it should stay. Okay. Kind of a matter of which direction do I break. Probably south. And the one that I don't go, I send Noah to just face tank the rest. Probably should have traded off his javelin. Well, hindsight 2020, etc. Okay, hand axe. Don't think I... Yeah, bolting does not seem worthwhile. Yet. Any of you have longbows? No. Attack of 33 is frightening. I think I want to keep Shanna out of his range, but if she gets attacked by 1, that should be okay. Alright, and down here we rush the center and hope for the best. I will be putting people at risk of... Oh shit, I don't have a restore staff up here. Hey, new plan! Where can I move you? Okay, so you might get attacked by 1. Okay, if you're here, you are safe from Nomad Fire. Oh, you're just out of range of that guy, though. If I have you go 1 further, you're gonna get dog-piled on by... I literally just have to trust to luck. It's a hell of a thing for me, of all people, to be saying, but I don't like this plan. Down here, I at least have a restore staff, so if they target down here, I can come back from it, but... I'll have to hope the AI is not super aggro with how they use it. Or if they do, they aim towards the south. because I'll be giving him a few juicy opportunities. And, of course, if they decide to Berserk Clarion and it works, I'm just screwed. Oh, unless... You have a Silent Staff, which is troubling, but not necessarily game-ending. Yeah, can I Sleep Staff you, and can I do it safely? Actually, maybe, probably, yes? If it hits is another question, but... Oh, come on. This would be huge if it lands. Please. Oh! Okay. Okay. That's huge. That's huge. What? It only lasts a turn if you're on a gate? Oh, hell. Still, that's a guaranteed avoidance of a Berserk Staff. That's worth it in my book. Vimluck indeed. Please get some strength. That's still pretty good. I'm really surprised that they're still sending unpromoted enemies at me this late in the game. I gotta be honest. Okay, so if I can land that Sleep Staff again, that would probably be my ideal case for the upcoming turn. Because that Berserk Staff is so bad for me. If it lands even once on any of the teams besides Clarion's team, I'm in for a world of goddamn hurt. Oh, you wake up and you can instant... You dodged an 83, Alan, you fucking legend! Never punished. Never punished. Okay, so Sleep Staff plan clearly doesn't work. And Alan seems to be drawing the fire. If that keeps up, A, he'll probably get hit, but B, I have a Restore Staff right there. Okay. Okay. Maybe this can work. Maybe this can work. Let's have the semi-immovable wall that is Noah entertain these guys a little bit. Okay, all these guys need to die this turn. Which could be tricky. Garrett, I'm counting on you here. Please. Damn. Double dab. Okay, let me think. Lilina can for sure roast one of them. It's probably safest to have her do this guy. Actually, no. Probably best to have her aim for the promoted guy. Yeah, definitely aim for the promoted guy. And land 20% crit. Or, you know, a casual 102 damage. Jesus. Oh, and then I can just bard her and she wipes out that guy, and then I just have one fool left to deal with. And I can give the kill to Roy to help set him up for his promotion, which I hope to God is next chapter. Okay. This is sort of, kind of, almost coming together. %100% chance. And she crits! Get thunder-tomed. That and more. How goes, Leafy? I think I'm, Well, wait, no. Technically, I have the Fire Emblem. It just doesn't exist in, like, my inventory. I think I kind of need the Sword Boys to kill up here. I assume they're up to the task. Yeah, so I can send Shin south to help deal with these mofos. Can sometimes be tricky if you know you've got a lot of work that's going to be coming your way once your day off is over. I know that feel. I know that feel. No, obviously it's been a little less intense with not having a day job these days, but... So, just relaxing, getting back to some Fire Emblem, because I wasn't able to do it Monday. It is indeed intense. And we have a few of those tents on the field. Please get some defense, I'm fucking begging you, Deke. Damn it. Well, at least you got strength. Okay, shit, if I send her forward at all, she'll just get pinged with a sleep staff use. Otherwise, I'd want for her to gun for this guy. Kind of stuck up here. It's a pretty good dad joke. It's solid. Now for these lads, I need to be careful of that range. Silence Man did not choose to fire, which I'm choosing to take as a good sign. I might want Clarion to break... Well, no, because they're probably going to target Alan. I assume. So, let me desperately try to make this guy relevant. And probably fail, but he deserves a chance. Please get some everything! Ah, he got some defense. That is one of his weaker points, so... take that. Rare Axe W. Never mind, common Axe L. Okay, and of the two, you need the XP more than the old lady. And my plan for... You have an A rank in staves. I have a second restore staff. I could have... Well, if I have to replay the chapter, I can just deploy her a little more intelligently. Fuck my life. Okay, and when it comes to the Berserk staff, I'm just gonna have to pray. Maybe rescue Roy to get him closer to the capture point? Yeah. Even with the boots, she can move quicker than he can. Boy, that's a throwback. She really doesn't need anything, but she could get more. 1 stat level? That's fine. She's already basically invincible to everything except magic. As illustrated. Out of javelins. Not great. Oh, hell. Right. They can move on rivers. I literally said that to myself multiple times. Okay, then. Okay, good. They're going for Alan. This is a good thing. Because I can fix that. I can fix that very easily. If this 9% hits, though, it's game over for me. Good? Good. Good, 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 good. Okay. We do a restore to undo that berserk. Oh yeah, I'm terminally online enough. Of course I'm gonna know that reference. Okay, he only has 1 more berserk staff. And I will be able to move somewhat more freely on this map. Come on, Garrett. I believe in you. There you go! I feel like Garrett's kind of a meme unit. He's definitely not one I'll restart for if should he happen to die. Yep, he is a very choppy boy. Okay, so now I don't really have to care about this guy that much, because he can't really get anywhere significant with Noah blocking the way, and I think that's a perfect use for him. So I can keep pushing south with everyone else on the team. Please get some everything. That's... Jesus, he keeps getting defense. This guy is so average in every way, but has, like, the highest defense of anyone that I'm using. Like, it's not even close. I really wish that was more accurate. Or I would 100% go for it. I'm kind of still tempted. I do have hammer and staff. And I can just bard her immediately so she can keep moving. Let's see. He would be in danger there. Would he survive? It would be 16 into 5, 11. Even if he gets crit, he would live. So... this is objectively a bad idea, but I'm gonna do it. Hit once. Okay. The fact that I even got 1 is incredible. On a 33% chance. Actually, could I... No, but I could drop off Roy in range. Theoretically. Wait. I'm having a thought. Let me cook. Oh wait, that could be a bad. 27. He shouldn't get doubled. Okay, he'll, live, probably. Listen, it won't break the bolting stat, it won't break the bolting tome, and I have basically 2 slightly weighted coin flips against me to just kill this guy and get the Berserk Tome off the map, and then next turn I can have Roy seize easily if this lands. Let's go! Lilina wins again. Ooh, defense and speed. It was a great level. Yeah, many castle things. And apparently only one of them is correct, but I have no way of knowing which one. And I have only my main character can take over a castle, Leafy, because I know you don't know Fire Emblem. So I think you see how this map is going to be a bit of a problem. Technically, those are supposed to be like yurt type things, but castle works. Functionally, they're castles. Oh, come on, Alan. Well, guess I have to give the kill to the old lady. Not exactly a sure thing, but it's relatively safe. Nice. Okay. Still need to be careful of the sleep staff, which ranges out to... Wait, that's showing with movement, isn't it? Range is magic, which is 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, she has more movement range than I was giving her credit for. Okay, so she can safely go to here and wipe out this guy. Okay, Shin can also move up to here and start picking off these dudes. Okay. I forgot, when it comes to bosses, they can lie to you as far as siege tome range. Because they are not going to move from where they're guarding the place. That's not a thing. Alright, and Sword Boy's bringing up the rear. Okay. The beginning was pretty rough, but I think it should be relatively smooth sailing from here since my 5 IQ strategy worked. They are gunning for him. Oh, he gets doubled! Delightful. Thank you for dodging a 75%, Garrett. Okay, sleep staff. I've got a restore on hand if this hits. Good thing. You know what? I will take being hit by a 34% if for like the dodging that first berserk staff. That was so big. I am not even the least bit mad. And hey, I could potentially win the map this turn. Yeah, I gotta make it so only one of the dudes can hit him. Garrett, go for it. Because this guy, because he's not promoted, can't cross rivers. So then I follow up with you from here. And if you miss, you get barded. But you don't. Good. Okay, made that work. Yeah, I should give out all my orders this turn and then have Roy attempt to seize, because if I get it right on the first shot, it'll just end the map. Right, I assume there's a seize There is a seize. Okay. It would be unusually kind for this game if, like, the fake-out control points didn't have a seize option. But, you know, it could have happened. It wouldn't, but it could have. Alright, and horse lads leading the way. Yes, this mess continues. Okay. She is safe to move to here and wipe out this guy. Use her incredibly goofy, plastic-looking sword. Why don't I move you up so you get support bonus? So then... No, wait. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Yeah, that would be in range, but he can longbow from here. That's safe. I am burning precious longbow uses, but I'm almost at the end of the game. I can't hold back too much of my inventory here. Yeah, I guess I may as well Bard Noah. Okay. Unless I get just absolutely inundated with ambush spawns, I think the rest of this map is not gonna be that bad. I think things will be okay from here. Right, this Archer Man is active. Okay, I just need to be a little bit careful where I take her. Here should be okay. Alright, Roy, do I get it on the first try? It's theoretically possible. What the— oh, God, what? They've sprung the trap. Attack now. Well, fuck. That's a pretty good trap. Please, everybody gun for Roy. Holy shit. Oh, my chat tracker died. Sorry if everyone was trying to warn me about that. Yes, more Fire Emblem. Indeed, him. They're always okay until they aren't. That is how it works. And it is indeed a tarp. Okay, I'm really most worried about the Arrow versus Shanna, since she's currently rescuing. Okay, she dodges that. That's huge. Ugh, please don't die to an archer. Oh! Okay, only 15 damage with effective. Even with getting doubled, you can easily fly to safety. Okay. I think Roy can just face tank most people, so... But hey, now I know that happens if I pick the wrong capture point. Oh my god. Oh, FE6, you are brutal. You are brutal. Also, hey, him. How you doing? Sorry. You came in at a bit of a moment of panic for me. Because, this game sure does like its ambush spawns. Okay, he gets meleeed. That's fine. I should be able to clean this up. Okay, sleep staff. Gotta restore with his name on it. Wow, dodges an 85. Very cool. This should be the last silence use. Okay, she dodges. Total Vim luck, yeah. If Shanna had failed to dodge that 51% accuracy Nosferatu, she would have died. Pop in and see Alan dodge in 85 sleep, exactly. So things are bad, but they could be worse. I think I just have to have him sit on the gate with a light brand and just hold out until I can get more people to him. And Shanna, for the moment, needs to, like, head for the goddamn hills, so to speak, where she can get some healing. Longbow? Short bow. This unfortunately means that he will be without any kind of support, but actually no, I need to keep her close in case I need to restore somebody. So I will heal via Physic instead. Flying units do not get terrain bonuses, I think. The fact that there is a forest there is just incidental. It was the closest I could keep her to the action while keeping her out of range of the archer, because there's 2 river tiles there. So don't worry, I wasn't banking on that. That would have been quite foolish on my part. Rutger, you can take this guy out. Thank you for saving me a silver sword use. Big ups. Deke did understand the assignment. The assignment was kill everyone. One he is always happy to take on. Oh yeah, she is still carrying hard. Look at these stats. Look at these stats. She's level 9 tier 2, and she has capped speed. She is so good. She's my best unit by leaps and bounds. No one else even well, Lilina probably comes close, but aside from that, nobody else is even remotely close to her usefulness. I'm tempted to put Milady out there as a big old target to draw out some... Oh wait, I guess there is only one more sleep staff use. If she does get put to sleep... let's see, she'd be tanking attacks of 22, which would barely hurt her. And if I leave her equipped with a sword, that's extra, just like you don't get the bonuses from Lance Reaver. Is there any crit on that? 5. Any percentage of crit. What is the crit chance with? I can't check that because you don't have a... Okay, cool. Could also just try and murder him with Shin, which does appeal to me. Let's try and murder him with Shin. Yeah. I can only imagine how hideously powerful she'd be if she had any supports whatsoever. Okay, why don't we have you... Oh, you can cross rivers. That's right, you can cross rivers. Okay. So you can start to move in just under your own power. I might have to yeet you for the cause. Let's see. Remove. him to here, Bard refresh, and then I rescue carry the Bard. That's probably my best move. Alright, Roy, are you ready for Operation Dodge Everything? I sure hope you are. I mean, I was saying that I wanted him to get experience, because he's probably promoting soon. Well, here you go, Vimbert. Yeah, you're out of Nasty Tome, so I think I just break north. Try and get everybody together before I capture the next point. Alright, Roy. I'm counting on you. Oh, God. Please get defense. Wow! 6 stat level on Roy. Hell yeah. Look at our boy go. Maybe Roy can be good. Side note, I'm so goddamn glad I had the light brand on him. This would have gone so pear-shaped if he hadn't. As it is, I was able to completely bumble into an ambush and be completely fine, more or less. You fool! She has the Delphi shield! Okay, this man has chosen death. This man has chosen death. Please get some strength. Damn. If he was just a little bit stronger, he'd be a serious contender for one of my best units. Okay, that's the last sleep staff. On the entire map, no less. Okay. I think things will be fine now. I know that I get ambushed when I choose the wrong capture point, so I can plan around that, and somehow I've managed to bumble through the status staves and getting ambushed once and almost having one of my flyers die, so I feel like I'm out of the woods at this point. So many things had to go right there for me to live, and somehow almost all of them did. Roy, off this fool. Will that get him to 20? Yeah, he's close. Alright. Irony kill. Irony kill. Okay. One ambush cleared. And with Shanna right there, I can realistically go for any of the others next. Though I should probably just go for... Silver Sword is going to be a little bit annoying. I probably just rescue fly him over here, because I've already got one cleared out, and I've got powerful units nearby that can take on the druid, so I think I skip over this guy for now. Who needs the experience? Sure, Rutger. Go for it. Never stops being weird. Okay. They didn't change season to arrive. Understandable. That's not a terrible idea, actually, because it's Fenrir, not Nosferatu. Yeah, why not? Percival, start working him over. A dodge, very nice. Okay. Suppose I could have Milady annihilate the next... Yeah, I can have the dynamic duo take down the next guy. So I could just kind of go in order, like go bam, 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 bam. So it's probably going to be one of these two that's the actual correct answer. Yeah, to that end, let's get Shin patched up. Yeah, Lena will just kind of have to work her way over... Or she could get Shanna ferried, actually. That's probably a good call. I do not like that it briefly ticked up to the northeast there. Makes me worry that they're gonna drop reinforcements on my head regardless of whether I capture that point or not. Okay, that's another one down. The argument for putting boots on Roy. Exhibit A. Garrett, can you meaningfully contribute to... No. No. No, you can't. Disappointing, but understandable. Alright, Sword Boys can head south. Doesn't even visually change that to show that... Alright, Percy can head over there in case I get ambushed. Your staff is used up? Your staff is used up. Alan's probably better as an ambush, a counter ambusher than a boss killer, so I'll send him up there. But Clarion could potentially start to work over the magic boss. And Noah just keeps being Fire Emblem Uber. Oh, that's right. This is the dude with the silver sword. This makes little difference to Milady, of course. And, hey, Shin. Welcome him to die. Bad level. Can technically have him cap the point. Should reasonably have Percy and Milady to take out any high threat targets, so... I think it's fine to do that this turn. However, doesn't hurt to issue all my other orders in the meantime. Because it could just end the chapter, which is wacky beyond words that I have to describe. This is a weird map. Alright, Roy, do we get right? We do! We found it! The bow is hidden inside the altar! Got it on the second try. This is Murgleys. It looks unremarkable, but I'm sure it hides an incredible power. Lord Roy, Byrne's troops are fleeing. Good. Let them go. Let them go! We must attack! No, don't. We've already won. They don't want to fight us. But... they all have lives and families. There's no need to take that away from them. Got the bow! Oh, Shin is going to cut a bloody swath of destruction with that. Merlinus, I need you to send this letter to Father Yoder in Etruria. A letter? May I ask what it says? It has the information I learned from Nime about the dragons. Oh? What did you learn? It would take too long to tell you. I haven't sealed the letter yet, so you can look through it if you like. Very well, I think I will. Oh, right. Guinevere, you're still here. Oh, crap. What was your voice? Roy. Princess? We will enter Byrne now. Yes, the attack on Byrne will commence soon. May I ask the rest of the story now? That is why I came to you. You said King Zephiel was an outstanding pupil in everything he did. It sounds like he would have been an ideal heir to the throne. Yes, I have no doubt. But still, your father never looked kindly at him. In truth, our father began to despise Zephiel precisely because of his talent. Why would a father resent his own son's talent? Our father was a man of unextraordinary skill and intellect. Zephiel's outstanding talents made our father colder towards him. He was envious. He went as far as to tell Zephiel that he would never inherit Byrne. He said that instead the throne would go to my future husband. His own father told him that? What a heartless man. But Zephiel held strong. He always said he never cared about inheriting the throne. But the people of Byrne knew of Zephiel's genius and wanted him king. Pressured by the public, our father lost his patience at last. That's when he decided to kill Zephiel. Our father gave Zephiel a goblet full of a poisoned drink at a banquet. That was the first and last time Zephiel ever accepted a drink from our father. After returning to his room, Zephiel began to fall dreadfully ill. For 10 days and nights, Zephiel lingered between life and death. But Murdoch, Zephiel's teacher and loyal general, saved his life. The old king made no further attempts on his life? No, at least not to completion. I have heard that he schemed to have Murdoch and Zephiel's mother killed. He was scheming to murder everyone connected to Zephiel. Upon learning of our father's intentions, Zephiel feigned death. At his funeral service, our father leaned over the coffin to view Zephiel's body. It was at that moment that Zephiel sprang from the coffin and, sword in hand. Damn, that's some fucking balls on Zephiel. Be like, oh, you thought I was dead? Well, in the presence of all these nobles, let me just kill you, Dad. I was but a child then, so naturally I could not understand what was going on. All I knew at the time is that our father died and Zephiel never smiled again. Before then, he was stern at times, but always a kind and loving brother. But after everything that happened... Princess... I knew that someday I may have to act against him. I... see. Zephiel is so far gone now, he will never listen to anything I say. Roy, please, you must stop him. Stop him from destroying Byrne and from destroying Alib. Such a feat will likely require my blade. Can you still ask such a thing of me? I trust your judgment. Do what you must. You have my word, Princess Guinevere. I swear by the Fire Emblem that I will stop King Zephiel. Chapter 21, The Binding Blade. There's that title drop! After surviving many hardships, Roy finally sets foot on Burn's soil. Meanwhile, Eliwood is still sitting at home, sick, doing nothing. Guinevere guides Roy to the Shrine of Seals. In their way stands Murdoch, the brilliant and stalwart head of the Wyvern Generals. Etruria and Burn, the two greatest forces on the continent, begin direct warfare. The sun rises as the bloodiest day in the history of Alib dawns. I see shops. This is a very large map. I see potential warp staff shenanigans available. Okay, I have one village that I want to hit. Get some... Holy crap, you're not kidding. Okay. Well, to quote Roy, anyone whose arms still know what it means to feel battle, I have need of you. Bolting Sage. It's not for a while. Couple Horse Slayers. Really? Oh my god. That's a thick-ass boy! Killer Lance. Gotta be on the lookout for that. Second Killer Lance. One Killer Lance per squadron, I guess. Oh, and of course we've got some Manikeets. Nice to see some dragons on the map. Ugh. The second secret shop is here. Thank you. That is very helpful info. Let me see if I can spy it before I ask. Those woods look a little different than the surrounding ones. Could be there. It's usually a little more isolated, though. It's probably in the middle of the mountains here, isn't it? Oh, and the mountains in the west. Like these west, or... It makes a good Merlinus chapter. Yeah! Yeah, actually. That's a great pick. I'm gonna have the room for him. Alright, Kath, you are not needed. Rag, I may as well, because you're theoretically somewhat trained up. Faye, why not? We're almost at endgame. Do I have anyone else who could potentially be useful? Do Merlinus. I could bring out Big Barth so he can die. East, okay. Plain... No, you're no good. Could sneak a few levels on Tate and Elijah whip her. Surely won't be a terrible idea. Oh, you know what? I do have Big Bartray. Or no, actually, Dane is a really good pick. He'll be perfectly competent. Aside from that, I just bring Merlinus and the A Squad. Alright, if there's gonna be a secret shop, then I need to do a bit of a fire sale here. Everything that I'm very unlikely to need must go. Hammer could actually be really good this chapter. Ooh, I could swipe... I could bring Kath to swipe the... Ooh... Night Seal. That would be more money towards boots. Yeah, that would be some serious value. Probably won't need 2 air calibers. I'm just... Sorry, Bishop, if you show up at the last minute. Theoretical Bishop. You're just gonna get screwed. Okay, that's everything in the caravan that I think I can sell. Do I have anything in inventories? Yes. Alas, Saul, you just did not grow that well. I should keep around at least 1 lockpick, right? Yeah, probably should. Sorry, Zeiss, you're cool, but was not to be. I will keep your javelin, though. I keep running out of those. Actually, just give that directly to your sister. Gonzalez also seems cool. If and when I play through this on hard mode, which may or may not be streamed, I'll probably try using him. Wade, I never had any faith in you. Plain... I hate you. I don't think I want to sell the Brave Axe. Did I not just get... I guess I must have already sold off that, that blue gemma. Alright, let me... Garrett, you are at B. You can use the Brave Axe now. Perfect. Let me have you hand off that as well. And give you the hammer. Okay, how are the rest of my supplies looking? Adequate. I'm not going to need a restore staff, thank God. So, I may as well bring a warp staff, you know. Shin... No. Legendary weapons, we hold. We hold. Bolting's good. Nime. Let's be real, you're mostly a heal bot for me. So, why don't I have you with the sleep staff of your own? Okay, you're good. Rag. Now Eclipse is going to be worthless on you. I don't expect him to contribute a whole hell of a lot. You can take a Silver Bow and Killing Bow. And Killing Edge. That works. Merlinus, you are the caravan, so... you can just pull out things as needed. Including the member card. Yeah, including the member card, so I can just use him to pull it out once I can get to that point. Perfect. Wild. I actually get to deploy Merlinus on a chapter. I mean, I could have been, but, you know. Let's see. The amount of archers is actually pretty light over here. So I could send maybe like a couple Cavs and Shanna east. Maybe like Nomad Troopers. Yeah, the Nomad Troopers in particular would be great over here because there's all these flyers hanging around. Yeah, but they're also... there are flyers kind of everywhere. I send Dan... Alan... Noah... Shanna... and Clarine east, and then everybody else kind of Zerg south. Realistically, like, even with all our defense, it's gonna be really hard to use Fae. But I am almost at endgame, and it would be a shame to have this neat Manakete unit and not make any use of her. Okay, sword boys towards the front, as per usual. Merlinus at the back. Guess I could start Merlinus with the silver card so he can go shopping. Oh yeah, I'm a little curious. I haven't checked the augury in a long time. Let me see what, how my rating is. Overall rating? Keep up the good work. That's all. Great, thank you, augury. Very useful. Anyway, let's fight. All troops are at their posts and ready for battle, sire. Good. Thank you. Gale, it will begin soon. Yes, sire. My men are ready. Your squad will be the key to victory in this battle. Do you understand? Of course, sire. I won't disappoint. I expect not. The enemy are but insects next to the might of Burns' army. Even so, that Lycian general has made it far. Oh, I forgot to deploy Cath so she could swipe the Knight Crest. Oh well. I can fix that if I need to start over. General Roy? Yes, Roy. I hope to be able to duel him one-on-one in a fair fight. With your stats? No fucking thanks, man. Oh, General Roy, I found you at last. Father Yoder, what brings you all the way from Etruria? Is something amiss? I did some additional research after reading your letter. I reached the same conclusion. Byrne has resurrected the Demon Dragon. You think so too? Hartmut defeated the Demon Dragon in the Scouring. How could Byrne have brought it back to life? Apparently after defeating it, Hartmut chose to spare its life. What? Instead of killing it, he sealed it away in the mountains of Byrne. The sword he used to seal it was... the Binding Blade. Oh, you know of it? I learned a little bit of it in my studies. The Demon Dragon's seal may have been broken, but with the Binding Blade, we may be able to seal it away once more, or kill it for good. Do you know where the Demon Dragon might be? Yes, I believe so. We know dragons change into human form, and the Demon Dragon is most likely in such a form as well. I have a suspect already. The Dark Priestess that is always at King Zephiel's side. The Dark Priestess. There is no solid evidence that she is the Demon Dragon, but she appeared shortly before the other dragons did. Idun is sus. The dragons seal away their power in gems called Dragon Stones. Remaining in their dragon form uses too much energy otherwise. The same is likely true for the Demon Dragon as well. We must see her in person and find the truth. Allow me to go with you. You will fight alongside us, by all means. Well, there's my late-game bishop. I've also been instructed to give you these. They are the legendary weapons that the church Okay, so this is how I get the legendary weapons from the other route. I was wondering about that. Legendary weapons? These will be invaluable. If the Demon Dragon has been released, then this is the greatest crisis mankind has faced since the Scouring. We must rise like the 8 legends of yore to save humanity once again. Ooh, legendary spear. And Saint Staff. Nice. Restores all HP to all allies. New map music, too. What the hell do you mean you don't sell javelins? Would be nice to have a silver blade, I guess. I'm burning through silver lances kind of fast. And an extra silver bow would be good. Everything else, I'm saving for the secret shop. So where exactly in these eastern mountains would it... Ah. It's gotta be there, right? Anyway. First I should worry about how to tackle the enemies on the map. But what do they sell here? Physics staff, that could be good. Probably physics staff and a pure water and call her a day. Of course I'll have Merlinus do that. Dun, 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 dun. Very upbeat. It's like, you've got the enemy on the ropes. Just be a little careful and you've got this. I like this theme. Deputes? That's a joke that only one person in chat could possibly get. Alrighty, cavalry not named Percival to the east. But yeah, how is Yoda for stats? Wow, capped res. Huh. Still. He's no Athos, that's for sure. But nobody is. Still, mighty convenient that he comes with the ability to use the Saint Staff. Not too likely to make contact this turn. I may as well have Milady range ahead, so long as she stays out of range of magic. She'll be effectively unstoppable. Like, maybe a Manakete would pose a little difficulty to her, but probably not. Manakete or magic users are really the only people that can pose even a little bit of a threat to her at this point. It's wonderful. Speaking of Manaketes. Though technically she does have a different classification since she's... Oh no, her class is still Manakete. Okay. For some reason I thought her class was just straight up Divine Dragon. That's my bad. If nothing else, she'll be good for luring out this magic boy, because she should take all of, like, 2 damage. Not even. She'll get pinged for 0. Oh. You can't move far enough. I see. Oh, whatever. Lilina can do it just as well, but first... Hammer and the bolting. I don't have a problem. No, actually, I do have a problem, and I just solved it. The hammer and staff was the solution. Man, so in the end, I managed to miss only 1 legendary weapon. A great shame. So I'm not going to be able to show the true ending on stream. But oh well. That can maybe be an incentive for some of you to play the game yourselves. I got damn close. But... oh well, bad ending's still going to be an ending. I assume I'll still be able to kick Zephiel's goddamn teeth in. Everyone will probably be like, oh yeah, whatever happened with that demon dragon? And they'll be like, eh. And then the game will end. That's what I'm expecting will happen. That guy is a potential issue. What if I just gun for him right out the gate? He couldn't seriously harm her. 18 defense. 25, 26, 26, 34. That Silver Lance guy's a little bit of a problem, but everyone else is pretty whatever. I'm tempted to just have her fly for the village straight out the gate. Equip her with a javelin and see what happens. Yeah. You know what? If anyone can live through most of the army focusing on her, it's Milady. You're the Etrurian army, aren't you? There are no soldiers here. Just take this. Just leave us in peace. Really? This is like the second to last map in the game if you're not getting the true ending, isn't it? Jesus. Strange decisions. Merlinus, your hands are full. Send it to Merlinus? Merlinus is like, I suppose. Alright, I kinda gotta... Ow, if only I had a longbow for you. Okay, kinda gotta brace for impact a little bit here. Flaring can get behind. Right, we... Oh, you have a longbow equipped as well. That's annoying. And I can't forget about this shady bunch. Okay. Longbow can counter longbow. Aside from that, I just kind of put the thick boys up front and let her happen. Because one longbow shouldn't be that bad. Yeah, that's only an attack of 15. Even Roy can shrug that off fairly easily. So, I don't ultimately have to be too concerned. So this is just kind of a get everybody in position sort of turn. Let the enemy come to me a little bit. Gotta admit, I find it very annoying that I'm not given an opportunity to re-up my supply of javelins and hand axes. I feel like I've been starved for those for a long time. I've been very aggressive about their use, but... almost kind of feels like the game wanted me to just not have any available? It's maybe a little paranoid on my part. Oh! What up? What up, enemy spawns? Well then. Alright, it's now time for the Milady Kills Everyone turn. Where Milady, spoiler alert, kills everyone. Please enjoy this montage of Milady killing everyone. Oh, that guy lived. Impressive. That's bad. I overlooked that guy. She's in range of that Wyvern Knight up north, isn't she? Shanna could die. And she might stay dead. If she does. Real talk. If my memory is correct from what I looked up, because I did look at a list of chapters, and I know roughly where the game ends if you're not getting the true end. If I am correctly informed, that next chapter is going to be the last chapter for me. I'm pretty sure that's an indoor chapter, so flyers aren't going to be that important. So, losing a flyer not named Milady is not really too much of a loss. Oh, okay. She's going to be fine. And hits a 3% critical. Love it. %8 crit from Milady. Oh boy, here we go. It's gonna be another one of those Fire Emblem streams. 2% chance to crit? Yeah, let me just hit that for you like 8 times in a row, boss. And I'm like, thanks, troops. You make it all worth it. This could hurt. Yep. But now he's dead. Okay, those boys are going to be a problem. I need to check to make sure what those paladins are equipped with. You've got Silver Lance, Javelin, Steel Lance, Steel Lance. Okay. Feel the burn. Indeed. Indeed. What's up, HD? How you doing today? I'm continuing to fire the emblems. And we haven't even had anyone die in a manner that I've allowed to stick. I have had to reset once. Staples from old papers that have to be shredded. And living the dream. Yeah, I got off to a bit of a slow start this morning. Kinda took it easy and kind of prepped some things for Pokeboomers, if and when I'm able to get to it today. Because if I don't do it today, it'll be like early in the day tomorrow. Ooh, Alan? That's a very questionable matchup. How about I just have Mage kill Mage here? Or Mage weaken Mage? It's not great. Yeah, it was nice. After how crazy the last couple days have been for me, with the, like, multiple job interviews, and I did a bunch of karaoke last night, which is why I wasn't streaming. I would have rather it not interfered with one of my regular stream nights, but it was fun, and I'm glad I did it. Just kind of felt a little bad to let anyone down who didn't know that that stream wasn't going to happen. Because it is a schedule completely set by me. And I know, I don't owe anyone anything, but I like to keep my word and my commitments. When... Oh, fuck, I needed someone to heal Shanna. Okay, this is fine, actually. Not even Copium. I can just have her run away this turn. Okay, Noah missing is really bad, though. Kind of needed that 60% to land. Short bow enough to kill? No. Killer bow it is. Or wait, does she still have an elixir? No, I gave that away to Milady. Yeah, there's no way. Shit, that's bad. Okay, Merlinus, you're gonna have to run away this turn. And dump everything into yourself, just in case. Damn it, this means somebody's gonna get a physical attack off on Irene, but... Much as I was just saying Shanna's a little bit expendable, I don't want to throw her life away pointlessly. She's still a perfectly adequate unit, she's just not, like, up to A-team status. So... she can survive getting hit by that guy. She does have the movement. Let's see how she stacks up against every... Never mind, they don't have ranged. Oh, I don't want to rely on dodge tanking. I'll just have her back off a little this turn. Yeah. And Faye, can I maybe give you a kill here? Possibly, potentially. Roy could perhaps soften him up a bit. Let's see, how much damage did you deal? 17. I need 13 damage on him. Roy only needs combat experience to cap. So this would work. Alright, final level before promotion for Ola Roy. Honestly, I know the meme is Roy is bad. But for this era of Fire Emblem, a Lord pre-promotion looking like this, that's a pretty good unit. I'm not gonna deny that he gets severely kneecapped for how late he promotes, but, like, those are pretty good stats for a level 20 tier 1. Maybe I've just been supremely lucky here. That could very well be the case. In fact, it's probably the case. I don't know Roy's growths, but I know in general, the trend is to disincentivize growth units in this game. Good level for Garrett, by the way. Alright, Faye. Obtain your first murder. Dragon leveled up. Nice. Okay, ooh, Garrett is in the line of fire. Okay, so I probably need somebody to... Yeah, I need somebody to trade with him so he can have a hand axe ready. And this friend is going to come in with a silver lance. So, probably Percival answering in kind is the best option I've got. Trade hacks. And just kind of get ready for the shit show. Also, which will happen first? The game ends, or Rutger and Deke reach A rank? I legitimately don't know. And I'm very worried at this point it's going to be the game ending. Like, very worried. Alright, let me give some support over to Milady. I'm suddenly very cognizant that Yoder has 2 legendary weapons just hanging out in his inventory, and he is not strong. Well, not a whole lot I can do about that. At least not... Oh, God. Okay, that's gonna be a bit of a rumble down there. Noah doing his job, getting hit and contributing nothing else to the team, as expected. That one stings. Milady doing her job, being completely invincible. I probably need her to head west with all possible speed to help the team hanging out by the start to not be crushed into a fine red mist. Come on, Garrett. 69% never fails. It absolutely has, but we can pretend. God, that's so many enemies. So many flyers, too. Ugh. This could get rough. There may be some death and destruction involved. Can you use the S-rank staff Lance now, Percival? Jesus Christ. I actually might need to burn an S-rank staff use this turn, just because I've got a few heavily wounded up north. While I ponder this next move, I need to use the restroom real quick. I usually like to time these with enemy phases, but I really need to be keeping an eye on what the enemy's doing so I don't make mistakes, so... I'm gonna be right back in like a minute and a half. Hope you'll stick with me. I appreciate how many of you are hanging out on a Thursday afternoon. Alrighty, I return. This is how I can tell HD is truly lurking. There wasn't even any slander while I was out. Okay, where was I? Right. Endless waves of bastards. Gonna need to kind of shield wall up and hope for the best. Any special weapons I need to look out for? No, and at least most of them don't have javelins. Until the next wave. So hey, let me make use of everyone. Even the second stringers I brought with. Nope. I need you to strike deeper. Yep, we want this promoted wyvern dead. Thank you, Shin. Trusting you to be able to dodge tank around anyone who comes for you the next turn. You are on a forest, after all. Let's see. I have to be a little careful how to play everyone else. Faye's pretty impervious. But I shouldn't use her unless it's like a setup to kill situation. Yeah, let's give it a try with Percival. The next wave won't be a problem until next turn. 2% crit! Attaboy, Percival! Truly, just the pre-promote gift that keeps on giving. Love that guy. Yeah, you know what? Brave Axe is probably gonna get some work done for you. Nice. Good work, Garrett. Okay, I can go like 1, 2, 3 and keep safety. 1, 2, 3. I'm like, hey. And that's counting on Roy to hold the line, which is actually probably not that big of a deal at this point. But I'm not going to be able to wipe out the whole lot of them. Yeah, the smart move now is to circle up a little bit. And get ready to weather their attacks. And just hope that they all suicide in on enemy phase and I don't suffer any casualties. Shin is definitely in the greatest danger this turn. What do I do with you? You don't have a Lance Reaver, which is super unfortunate. Silver Sword and Prey, I guess. Roy... Killing Edge. Okay, that's a sufficient line. I can keep the backliners completely safe. So I could maybe... Because I think all the bonuses she gives Roy are offensive. So I can move her here, heal Percival, Bard Elfin, and have him move out and kind of get me squeeze out a little more offense this turn. I think that's probably my best move. Skill? Skill, 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 skill! Is that Magic Cat? Oh my god. That's hideous in the best possible way. Absolute war crime of a unit, and we love her for it. Get him with that steel axe, Percy. helps minimize my risk a little further. I just have... for the most part, these three that are going to attack into me this turn. None of them have javelins, so it's safe to advance in. Ooh, I could bust out a sleep staff. If there's anyone super dangerous down there, that'd actually probably be a great option. Silver Lance... yeah, probably one of the Wyvern Lords. You're way more dangerous. Alright, old lady. The time has come. Let's cycle through all these worthless targets to find... there you are, 100% hit. We love to see it. Bad level, but she really doesn't need any more stats to be effective. I will save Father Yoder in case I need extra healing up here. I'm a little worried that I will. Or wait, can you get him with the silver bow? Possible, but killer bow is safer. So I suppose, by going the Sakai route, you can never get Pegasus Knight Triangle attack, huh? It's interesting that it works that way. Unless some random Falco Knight is gonna just appear next chapter and be like, oh hey, I'm familiar. We all, like, kicked the hell out of Burn off screen. What's up? Noah, you almost certainly can't kill this man. Ooh, and he has a killer lance, so I really need you to. So, Clarine gets to do it instead. Oh, hell yeah. That's exactly the kind of news I was hoping for. How's it going, Caskin? Let's see. I may as well put him on mountains, because he'll need to kind of tank most of the hits this turn. Clarine will be in a little bit of danger from the javelin, but it shouldn't be too awful. Does anyone have a fucking vuln over here? Dying for Lesserman's dreams. Understandable. Pursuing video game dreams while simultaneously attempting to get back to dying for other men's dreams is my situation. I don't... yeah, I think I want to save the Saint's Staff. I don't have to be too shy about it, because I'm not going to get the true ending. Yeah, I had a good day yesterday, and now just vibing with some Fire Emblem. Which is largely going pretty well. I even got... Oh, Noah. He does try. But that's about all you can say for the boy. Oh, okay, 0% chance to hit. Okay, Shin is fine. But now I have to deal with all these mofos. Big dodge from Garrett. Oh, and he gets doubled! Delightful! Garrett might not live through this turn. But if I'm being honest, the thing I would miss most about him is the Brave Axe he's carrying. Xia has not really panned out on the whole. Okay, Percy's fine, as expected. God, that's so many dudes. It's too many. Okay, at least the archers didn't really make a play for me, which surprises me. Okay, here... I think the path of least resistance is to just snipe him from afar. Assuming Clarine can... Oh, you double if you use the Iron Lance. Yeah, that seems like a very Noah thing. What is he at now, B? He actually hit S. He is not wielding a legendary weapon, though. I can guarantee you that. Iron Lance looks quite safe. Okay, that's good. The northern team managed to hold out. But rather than having them advance, I really need all the backup I can get over there. I think I immediately need to have them start heading over there. Because I think that's just going to start falling to shit in very short order. Ain't got time to heal from melee range. Marine needs to go, 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 go. Okay, if I can kind of... I don't know if... I assume Manicheets don't count as flying units? No, I think I tried that, fighting the enemy Manicheets, so... Faye might actually be good to deal with these guys, because their attack is so low that they can just ping off her, and it can be a source of easy kills. And then I can kind of use the mountains to cordon in the rest of the enemy reinforcements, which will be rough on the few units I've got, but I kind of need to limit who can take attacks from them. So many fucking dudes. And Milady is certainly one of them who can take attacks from physical hitters and be fine. And hit 7% crits, because she's amazing like that. Yeah, do I just leave Faye over there by herself to deal with it? I kinda think I do. Yeah. Roy can probably pick off a man. It truly is all hands on deck when I'm giving Roy kills. Percy, I want to keep him right in the thick of things. And it's going to be dangerous on them, but I think the Sword Boys can also be a key part of the defense. I'm a little more worried about Deke than Kritger. And I definitely need to kill as many Wyvern Knights as possible this turn. so I don't have to deal with the possibility that they're gonna fly around the little quarantine zone I'm building and hit me. Yeah, he's just not. He's just not. I don't regret benching him for a second. Sorry, man. Okay, Garrett needs heavy heals. How many do javelins? Not that many, surprisingly. She might take an attack here or there. I could always... Yeah, I think it'll be fine. She's got a high magic stat, too, so this should mostly take care of Garrett. Oh, yeah. Garrett, God help me, can still be useful here. Maybe not against him, though. No. Let's give you an easier target, like this guy. Shin can delete a man. Shin can always delete a man. And dodge tank, actually, is part of my line. So I don't necessarily need to have Pricker in the thick of things. Though I am a little worried about Deke's durability, or rather lack thereof. Yeah, it's a pretty strong fence, I would have to say. It's not bad. Not bad. I could do a lot worse. Garrett might get owned and die. So... let me just plan for the absolute worst case here. Shift Nime over just a bit. Oh, fuck, I should have had her use sleep. Why didn't I have her use sleep? That was so stupid. Now is absolutely the time to bust those out. Rutger can go here. Faye over there. Let's get her in support range of... oh yeah, bolting. Bolting would be a solid pick at this point, because I just want to get threats off the board. We're the scariest lads who are going to crash into me. This guy, if I can frag him. Lo and behold, I can in one. And she is indeed out of archer range. Great. Okay. I think things are gonna turn out all right. And let me get Yoder in closer, in case I need him for any offense. Alright, here's hoping I haven't screwed this up. I'm so glad you dodged that. Oh god, you critting is actually kind of bad there, Garrett. Garrett, buddy! I need you to stop killing people. I'm not sure you can live through the turn otherwise. Holy shit. This is gonna be Garrett's last stand. It's one hell of a last stand. He is a man who can never die. Local ex-bandit, literally too angry to die. And a defense point. Great. If you were only gonna get one stat, that's a perfectly acceptable one. Local crazy person takes on entire army, wins. Literally. Literally. Okay, little unlucky there. Knew I shouldn't have used the killing edge. Okay, that's fine. Roy can probably take at least one more. Garrett the Undying. Garrett the Undying! How is this working? I can't keep getting away with this. One of my worst units just fought, like, most of the enemy force and came out on top when he absolutely should not have. Alright, for that feat alone, Garrett, you've earned a spot on the endgame squad. Congratulations. God, what a mess. These friends are not going to be able to do anything to help, short of maybe physics. You could yeah, bomb and a heal on my boy Garrett. Can they pick up any kills here? Yes, actually. And if I move intelligently, she will not trigger the Wyvern Knight. Also, like, her dragon design is so cute. Just being so feathery. So not what I expected. I guess it really does help to hammer home that, like, she is very different from, like, Byrne's war dragons. Yeah, Roy took a little bit of a hit. That's fine. Oh, yeah, I probably want you... Yeah, I need that guy dead. Or just disabled, so I think the smart move is to try to disable him. Yeah, random 2. Chickens and dragons share a common ancestry, you know. Fair! The whole feathered dinosaur thing. What an absolute mess this is. A glorious mess, but a mess nonetheless. Maybe I think I barred into sleeping the other Wyvern Lord, and everybody else should just kind of be relatively simple to mop up. It breaks a sleep staff, but I do have a second one available in the convoy if I really need it. And I feel like this is a really, really good case to be busting it out. Because this is too many enemies to take down. And somebody's gonna die to the raw press of numbers if I don't. Okay, so, Milady... just go forth and start killing folk. Yeah, definitely. I've been, I've gotten late enough in the game that I've started to fight my hoarder instinct that I always have in Fire Emblem. I was breaking out warp staff uses, on the Gaiden chapter. Or no, not the Gaiden chapter, chapter 20. The Gaiden chapter, I just got stupid fucking lucky for no good reason. 10 plus guys, Jesus. Still, I believe it. This chapter is brutal. Yoder, I don't think we'll need you to Saint Staff, so why don't you recover on Roy? Melina, just kind of help us push over here. So nice to have her with capped out magic. She's so powerful. Could just have Garrett whack the sleeping guy. That'd be a way to keep him relatively out of danger this turn, I guess. 2% crit. Good job, Percy. That works out really nicely with the number of Silver Lances you have left. Because you can get a double off, and then you go to your Steel Axe after you break it. Shin. I've also got a Rutger. Could I have, like, him attack and then bring up Shin? Because I think he can dodge tank even without the aid of the forest. And if there's anyone I can count on, I can pretty easily count on to just delete somebody, it's Rutger. Weapon triangle be damned. You see, it's character development for me and my Fire Emblemming. I'm voluntarily using a Sword Master, and counting him among my elite. Do not expect this performance repeated when I play other Fire Emblem games in the future. But, you know, it's possible. It is technically capable of happening. Your attack's only 22. Even if you hit into Milady, it shouldn't be bad. Yeah, Garrett, why don't you actually... do you get weighed down by the Brave Axe? Weight 16, you do. So that does not help you not get doubled here. Yeah, in fact, that's probably why you were getting doubled. So let's just regular Iron Axe hit. This guy's asleep anyway. They're just never crit good? Yeah. And okay is how I would describe them. Just, I pretty much always feel like I have a better option when it comes to characters I can deploy in your average Fire Emblem game. Alright, let's go Big Deke energy. Failing to dodge 29. No crits on 2 45% crit attacks. Alright. Fuck my life. Okay, this is... the play... well, the wood over guy, so I'm there. See, Joshua... I have had good Joshua before, but I got so heavily burned by my last Joshua that I'm like, Joshua... And granted, I know that's just my last experience with it just kind of tainting my view. It might actually be okay to keep advancing over here to the east. Yeah, I figured I would kind of need Clarion to come rushing to the rescue, but we got this handled, unless they have, like, another 2 rounds of ambush spawns, which seems unlikely. I think I can... start edging west a little bit. Just gotta be a little careful where my walking wounded go. Or galloping wounded, as the case may be. And Roy... you're level capped, so why don't we just make sure nobody can hit you? Oh, go! Alright. East team is suddenly in significantly more danger. She looks like she's about to fall over when she dodges. That's amazing. Ah. Yep, that's a pretty good target for your bishop. Oh, I thought he was gonna double. Okay, suddenly there are many assholes that the Eastern team must deal with. This is perfect. Percival doubles again, hits, or misses. On a 78, not that I'm bitter. Honestly, I think part of the reason why I don't like Swordmasters very much is because they're kind of defensive niche, and a lot of my deciding who to use in Fire Emblem is how much enemy phase utility they have. It's like covered and then some by Nomad Troopers. They've got a little less in the way of offense because they don't have the crit boost, but like they dodge tank as good, if not better, than Swordmasters most of the time. Though granted, in a lot of games you don't actually have Nomads as an option, which is very sad. Because they like to pretend that archers are real people, and they're not. They're just not. Well, except for Shinon in Radiant Dawn. He's fine. But that honestly has more to do with, like, crossbows and the double bow. If he was in a normal Fire Emblem game with, like, normal bow weapon selection, it would be a lot worse. Rutger doing his job. Well done. Please get some strength. Damn you. Gotta let my favorite unit roast a kill a man to death. I was gonna say burn a man alive, but she's using a Thunder Tome, so had to correct midstream. And I can just YOLO Milady into these guys, right? Only thing that would give me pause is if she would get hit by this guy. 25, 27 into... Yeah, maybe I just let her be the lure that they crash into and everyone else can help to clean up. Alright, I need to kill this guy before he wakes up as well. Garrett, take the shot! Hey! What an absolute lad. Oh, come on. 74%. There we go. Wait, it didn't... Oh, because it was expecting it to break. Okay, well, that accidentally worked out in my favor. Why don't I let the old lady have a... Never mind, she doesn't double. Wait, does this guy then? No, okay. Team Dark. God damn it. Fine, whatever. Big Deke energy. Oh my god. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for the gift subs. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so cool of you. Man, we got some familiar names on there. Kaskin, 7, Him and Midnight, Captain Up, Anti-Hero. Good raft of regulars or semi-regulars. Ah, truly, truly just makes my day. I don't get gift subs too often, so... I've said it like 8 times already, but seriously, thank you, Anonymous Hero. Number 1 in my heart. I don't know who to... Oh, I guess I could... No, I know exactly who to give an extra turn to. I know exactly who to give an extra turn to. I don't have a problem with Garrett. I absolutely don't. But he must be rewarded for his outstanding performance. With the opportunity to try to kill. Well, I did say opportunity. Okay, that guy will sleep through next turn, which is great. Faye... Yep, just doing his best. That's all he can. Faye, I don't want you to spend Divine Stone uses if they don't result in a guaranteed kill, so I'll just have you continue dodge tanking over... Wait. No, okay, that is still out of range of them. Yeah. She will continue dodge tanking. And then there's this goddamned mess. Ugh. Please tell me you can get in physic range of... Nope. Okay, we're gonna have to do a little bit of a fighting retreat. And I probably need Merlinus to fall back as well. Because I don't have enough units over there to make sure I can keep him safe. To just be realistic. I think I use Noah as bait. Again. And Shanna can back the hell up. Because she can't fight all that many mofos. Not even a little bit. Okay, who's left? People that I don't want to move. Alright. One last squad. I hope it's one last squad. Very silly dodge. Alright, she'll eat this guy for breakfast. Naturally. I bet despite her being recruited a little later, she's gonna be towards the top of my list for kills. If I went through and looked. I don't remember if they do a unit ranking in these older games or not. I'm trying to think now. Did they do it in 7? Anyway. Noah successfully lured in the big guy. So that's valuable. Noah, just get everything. Can you just get a 6 stat level? Fuck you. This is this is why you're second string, Noah. Rookie numbers, etc. would leave him quite exposed. But I don't really have anyone else who can do the job. I mean, he cheated almost certain death once. Oh, right, he won't be able to do it alone, though. Okay, what if I heal up Milady and send her down there? Because she could... Ooh. The state of her weapons is very unfortunate. Even at weapon triangle disadvantage, that's not that bad. I think I'm fine to have her sword attack in. At least it'll be accurate. And hopefully that'll tilt the AI towards targeting her rather than Garrett. Okay, Garrett, don't screw me. There you go. Now, if you could also get speed, as long as I'm wishing. That's not speed. Let's see. Need to be a little careful about my positioning here. This map is great, though. I'm very much enjoying this. No real gimmicks, just like a straight-out slugfest. And they're like, here, take all the units you could ever want. Just phenomenal. Just like, here, go forth, murder everyone. Have fun. If I put somebody in the... Put somebody in the way, like, here, he should be stopped from hitting, so it should be fine to have Lilina kill this guy. I can think of nobody better to do the tanking job than Percy. Ah. How you say, took a calculated risk, but it's fine. I can work around it. There we go. I could have Lilina try to bolting this guy, because he's really the only big threat. It could potentially save me a death on Garrett. Yeah, why not? Smoke him if you got him time. Let's get her in... Ooh, okay. Let's move Roy closer then. Yes. Would have been great if you crit, but... Oh, you missed! Okay. That's... not ideal. I always hate to see a wasted bolting use. Damn it. Oh hey, Deke was not at full HP either. Awkward. Everybody else holds, and then there's this fiasco. Silver Lance, Steel Lance, Javelin, Steel Lance. But just had like a shadow pass over my screen from outside. I'm like, what the hell was that? Squirrel's getting uppity, I guess. Alright, I'm really worried I'm overexposing him to the common Wyvern Knights, but doesn't matter. I need that Wyvern Lord dead. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No, okay, so no one might be in range of him. I think if I have Shanna use her last Javelin, and then she would go to Killer Lance, this should be fairly safe. And Alan, I just try and use as a meat shield. Marion can edge a little closer. Anybody need healing? Sleep staff would be big. How close can I get her? I can use her full movement. I'm being really aggressive with the sleep staves, but yeah. I think this is another good call. I would very much like, well, Alan would die and I wouldn't care too much, but I'd very much like everyone over on this little front of the battle to survive if possible. Okay. Should see me in good shape. She's just like, nope. My god, I'll level cap her up for just gaining 1 experience repeatedly. It's the perfect plan. I'm sure there have been people that have done that. There have to have been. All right, Garrett, I believe in you. That miss could actually be good. That's 1 fewer person that can attack him now. He has chosen death. Not immediate death, but certainly death. At least he's consistent when he's consistent in his inconsistencies. Hits on the first, whiffs the second. It's the Garrett way. Oh, fuck. Oh, huge dodge. I can't keep getting away with this. How many times can I cheat almost certain death for my characters? Jesus Christ. She was carrying really important stuff, too. Well, mostly just 1 more use of the hammer and staff. Actually, the rest could have been kind of easily lost, but wow. I can't believe I made that large of an error and I got to get away with it. Absolutely unreal. Give my favorite unit a kill, because why not? And give my other favorite unit a kill. Because, of course. Also, I now have the sun directly shining on my desk, so... I ain't gonna be right back. I'm just gonna get up. And close that window. Oh, great level. I'm still here. Okay. Much better. Garrett, of course, needs yet another heal. I was tempted to meme a little and be like, oh, but Milady's down 1 HP. Okay, theoretically, I can now start advancing on the main goal. I would hope the enemy is now done dropping ambush spawns on me, but there could be more. That's certainly a thing that could happen. Do I just abandon the center? Yeah, I mean, there's kind of nothing there. They can just shoot at Faye forever. Yeah. Honestly, I think I'd just ignore that direction. Keep people a little more close together just in case of ambush spawns. Why Roy with boots is good, example number 4000. And soon, I shall have even more boots. Okay, now for... Oh, right. All the Wyvern Lords are dead, so... This has become less bad. Still bad, but less bad. Basically, I just need to keep my healer alive. And everything should work out. One XP. I guess he is what? Promoted level 12. Ugh, this probably won't work, but go for it, Noah. Yeah, that's what I thought. $69%. Hey, attaboy, Alan. Okay, now I just need to have Shanna get in the way here. Okay, she could take one attack for 21, which she should live through and hopefully dodge. Okay. I think we're set. Faye's like, look, I can do this all day, guys. Right. He's not as good a dodge tank as Shin, but he's still pretty adequate. Oh yeah, 13% to hit. Okay. I didn't even really need to be concerned. Love it. No, wait. How long until that guy wakes up? Got a few turns. Shanna, why are you so bad? Still, I'll give this kill to you. Strength, please. God, well, at least you got defense. That's something. It's something. She's coming along quite nicely, too. Not, like, you know, larchel good, but good. But nobody can be larchel good. Except for larchel. Okay, I'll just need to contend with this guy who is pretty whatever. I'm gonna hope and pray that they are done with ambush spawns. I'm assuming so. As I just move all my nice, vulnerable caster units through this near edge of the map area. I mean, if they have to kill one, at least let it be Rag. He can die. No one else is expendable. No one else has my permission to die. Faye is good where she's at. Okay, I think my setup is fine for that. I hope. Okay, good. Rutger dodges. Yeah, I think we'll do okay. I should probably assume that that same batch of reinforcements is gonna come at me the next turn, though. I really need to give her a lance. Or at least a better sword. Still, we're doing damage with an iron sword. Nobody else could do it better, truly. Well, except maybe Rutger, but... you know what I mean. Rutger did very well that turn. Lots of very juicy dodges. Oh, right. Okay, I don't have to worry about Bolting Man for another turn or so. Do have a Mana Keep coming up. Percy can continue to ask people questions. Good, good, good. And just keep everyone moving along, try and keep my squishies protected as best I can. And maybe send out a squishy I don't care out so much as bait. If I am right, and I'm gonna get at least one more turn of those ambush reinforcements. Because only a fool would assume that I'm done with them. Now, I have to keep Father Yoder safe, but pretty much any cost. I don't have the extra save. Pass off the legendaries. And then park him on the woods, because I don't think they'd be able to reach Elfin this turn, even if they did spawn in. I think. Okay, you're only asleep 2 more turns. I can't... Wait. Oh, okay, she's up here. I was like, oh god, where's Clarine? Dan, you might have to die for the cause here. This guy needs to die before he wakes back up. But hey, maybe you'll surprise and impress me. Defense point, that'll help. Alan absolutely does not have the firepower to take that guy down. Oh god, do I use up my last sleep staff? I think I do. That's just way too much. That's way too much attack power to mess around with. It pains me, truly. Can anyone reach green? No? Okay. Then maybe I can Zergin Shanna. Yeah, they've got very low hit chances. Just have her lay into them with a Killer Lance, I think is the best move. Taking a big old risk with these folks this turn. Hopefully it doesn't blow up in my face. Congratulations, Alan. You almost killed a sleeping enemy. Almost. Well, damn it. Yep, and as expected, they did pop out over there as well. I had thought that maybe I'd be able to finish the game this stream. Maybe if I'd had animations off, but I like the animations a little too much to do so. Unless I'm having to replay through a bunch of stuff I've already done, so... That's fine. We got the time. Probably be the next time I stream this that we get it done. Because I should hopefully, unless they've just got a truly, truly ludicrous number of ambush spawns left, and I have to hope that they're running out at this point, I should be able to at least finish up the chapter before I finish. Finish the chapter before I finish? Great phrasing on my part. The old live for 4 hours. I start to lose my command of the English language. Ah, they've taken the bait. And the bait bites back. The bait bites back a lot. I mean, he's not a bad unit. He just didn't grow well for me, as illustrated. But if he's gotta die for the cause, he's gotta die for the cause. You're just killing him too quickly, boy. That was your mistake. One HP. That's perfect, Roy. Good work. Dodges. Big, big. No crit. Unfortunate. Still, Alan's doing better than I expected. Could this be death? This is death. Well, you served me well, kid. In this world, there are only fools. And this is not Iron Man, but if I have somebody die who I don't consider mission critical, I let it stand, so unless I have to restart the map, he's staying dead. Because it's not like I don't have alternatives in my lineup. Should have him kill so I don't have to risk the wrath of the Manakete yet. Because I assume those ambush spawns are going to happen again. Because apparently the entire army of Burn is trying to stop me from reaching the Shrine of Seals. Which I could actually believe in the lore. Please get some speed. Never mind, defense is good. I dared not even hope for that. Yeah, sorry, Father Yoda, you're already at level 20, and you're just a staff bot. You have not earned the right to animations. Come on, Garrett. This is an easy one. There you go. Oh, right. Roy dodged. How's this look? Not. Good. Okay. I guess it looks like I'll probably be sticking to my old strategy of, magic users get the glory of killing a Manakete. Or I save the Worm Slayer. It's probably smarter. Combination of the two. Let's get... Right, that guy died like many turns ago. Let's get you up here and a little more safe. Ditto with you. Nobody worthy of it. The lady needs to be here to intercept any more ambush spawns. With Rutger. Okay, I kind of have to just sit up there, which is not my favorite, considering that I'm... This is a mess, man. Okay. I need the promoted unit dead. That's incontrovertible. I suppose I could send Clarine here and just surround her on all sides? Yeah, that is so many Wyvern's Flare. And all of these have been ambush spawns. They've all moved the same turn they've showed up. Because that is what we're dealing with. How it goes? How's your Thursday? Noah, we can send here, because he's a fairly tanky lad. I'll need to be really careful. Merlinus is out of the line of fire, too. Oh, God. Literally just circling the wagons this turn. It's not my favorite. Killer Lance followed up by Silver Lance. Shanna, Killer Lance followed up by Brave Lance. Okay, I'm gonna have to trust in this squad. I really hope this pre-promote can dodge tank like a boss. It's going just at work, trying to kill the hours to stream more furry Skyrim. Nice. You were just starting the run from what I saw, yeah? Do you have any particular plans for what you're gonna do with your run? Skyrim, I always get distracted. I've never actually beaten the game. I think the only reason why I beat Oblivion is I just committed myself to just barreling through the main story. Otherwise, I never would have gotten it done. And glad to keep you company in your ears as you're at work. Oh god, it begins. Alright. Wyvern Mania 2023. Can they survive the convention? So far, going well. Okay, first bit of bad luck. But he should be safe now, because none of them have javelins, thankfully. Nice. That's a good use for it. It's a great game for just messing around, really. For a while, I was hell-bent on beating it with, like, you know, the thing that sometimes people tell themselves, like, oh, I'm not going to use any fast travel or anything. And I started playing it, and eventually I, of course, caved and used fast travel because I'm ultimately a weak-willed individual. Oh god, Alan. Alan? Oh god. Okay. Alan's gonna need some backup to ensure he doesn't die. Nina, can you... Ugh. These Manicheets just have so much goddamn defense. Really hard to go in on them. Guess I can equip you with a Killing Edge and you can start meleeing fools. Yeah. Because I definitely need to heal Alan. He doesn't have an elixir. Nobody here has an elixir because I'm great at planning. Urgh. Alan, can you javelin attack without being at risk of death? Yes. A fun trivia fact about this game is that this is the first game that is set in a setting that is not explicitly the same setting as the original Fire Emblem game. Fire Emblem does have an interconnected universe, but this is the first one that's not in, like, the same world, the same continent that Marth's running around on. Yeah, have him attack there, then he gets healed. Oh, God. I'm pretty sure Alan is going to die next enemy phase. There's nothing I can really do to stop it. But he's an acceptable loss, so long as Clarion stays alive. I'm also going to have Merlinus head for the hills. Again. Shanna. Yeah, Brave Lance. I need the good weapons to get me out of this situation. Of course, they're not going to be aiming for you. They're probably going to be dogpiling on Alan. Okay, who are the bigger threats? 27, 18, 26, 38. Yeah, Noah, can you help kill that guy, or at least weaken him? Yeah, 1 through 5 are all connected. Ooh, actually, even attacking in for you is not a great idea. Unless I'm misinformed, but I'm pretty sure they're all explicitly connected. I've never personally played any Fire Emblems older than this game, unless you count Echoes, which is, of course, a remake of Gaiden. But I'm fairly certain of the accuracy of that info. What gives him the most to void? Anything that's not the steel sword. You're gonna stay asleep for a while. It'd be good if you could counterattack, but I don't want to risk you taking a hit. So maybe I equip you with a Killing Edge and just have you sit. Yeah, I think I just have my Nomad sit, and pray he lives. Alright, let me see if I can get my Expert Dragon Killer to the front. Because I didn't have any ambush spawns this turn. So I hope they're done. Pretty sure they are. I'm doubting myself a little now, but relatively convinced. Okay, well, it's just a matter of... Okay, I just sneak her a little bit closer. Get her as close as I can without actually getting in Manakete range. I do appreciate how absolutely goddamn scary the Manaketes are as enemies in this game. Really hammers home, like, kind of ludo-narratively, how big a threat Burn is, because they have these dragons on their side. And I kind of collapse the protective detail in. Move the lady up here. Yeah, please correct me if I'm wrong. I know... Oh god, that's right, this guy. Knights of Burn, we strike now. Leave none alive. Don't even leave them time to scream in fear. Well, Merlinus is probably dead. Because I don't have anyone up there to protect him. Truly is the chapter that keeps on giving. Wait, what? Hold on. Why did none of them attack? Is it... Also, how do I recruit that man? Okay, Operation Dodge Tank is going decently so far, God help me. He avoids death, defying the odds. Oh my god. We're gonna live to fight another turn up here. But maybe not much more than that at this rate. Maybe splitting my forces was a bad plan. Okay, Shanna, can you kill this guy, please. That's a very strong Wyvern Lord. Milady's lover and Zeiss's mentor. Okay. Alright, well, let's send your girlfriend up there to talk to you. That won't result in a kill. I'd rather not have her engage. Okay, I don't know what to do with you, Merlinus. I don't understand why they're not attacking. I'm gonna park you on... I'm gonna park you on this forest and pray. That's literally all I can do. Speaking of hopeless situations... 27, 22... No, her defense is too low. Can't risk her taking too many direct attacks. 1 and 2 are connected as well as Awakening. 4 and 5 are connected in their own universe. Okay. My bad. Noah definitely needs a heal. I don't like that my plan is hope that you dodge a 52%. Yeah, I'll have Shanna Brave Lance this guy down. Okay, that's 1 Wyvern Lord down. God, I'm so tempted, though. If I went all in, could probably make it happen, but I really shouldn't. Wonder if I could get anybody from down south to be able to physic up there. Damn it! Damn it! I just realized I've got this S-rank staff to full heal everyone on the map. I should have had Clarion attack and made use of that. Damn it. I was just saying I was getting better about my hoarding tendencies as well. Are you about to wake up? Soon, but not quite. Still, maybe I should kill you before my archer possibly dies. Because you are a promoted unit and are going to be a big old goddamn problem. Defense? Stats to help you dodge? Both? Alright, I'll take it. Okay, Noah. You do live through that. Alan, I dare not move you. I hate having no better plan than just sit and wait to be attacked. But I have to keep the healer safe. Well, on a happier note, let's kill a dragon. Let's get Roy into support range, and Lilina to just bonker. Truly her father's daughter. Oh yeah, are these guys like anything? Do I need to pay attention to them? Not really. So I think at this point yeah. I think I send Percival up to maybe help bail out the North team, and have everybody else gun south to try and just get the objective in case I get screwed out of being able to access the secret shop, which at this point, I think I'm fine losing access to. It'd suck, but like, a lot of things had to go extremely right for me to not die to this map, so like, I don't really want to play it again if I can avoid it. Okay, somebody's gonna get bolting, but it shouldn't kill them. And actually, yeah. Yoder. These things are meant to be used. Could you have used it? No. Not yet, anyway. Put hammer and staff to heal everyone's staff. I'm gonna have to really think carefully about what I want to use that last hammer and use on. Okay, Noah, you just have to sit. Fuck you, game. Why? Stupid reinforcement zones is right, anti-hero. Operation Dodge Tank continues to work, for now. The big question, I'm not too worried about the Northern Squad this turn. Okay, maybe I am. But the big question this turn is Merlinus about to die? Now that was a mistake, Wyvern Knight. I'm actually shocked he went for him and not, you know, my healer with 5 defense. Oh, I see what they're doing. 5 takes place in the middle of 4. Interesting. They're just bullying him. They're just bullying. They're not attacking. They're just surrounding him. Is this some kind of, like, narrative thing? Like, he recognizes that Burn is off their rocker, so he's not gonna actually fight me? Lord of 5 is a character in 4. That's pretty cool. Alright. This guy is supposed to be the lover of Milady, so I can only assume that's how recruitment goes. Okay, gonna deal with this latest wave of reinforcement spawns. Alright, Garrett. Oh god, that's so not a good idea. Never mind. How about you hand axe one of the chumps? Woodhouse's not good enough. I want to just run for the goal, but these damn ambush spawns. Yeah, let me actually... Yeah, let me do some Bard Nomad work here. It's probably the best way to maximize the kill count on these chumps. Is there anyone I'll need him for, like, with the longbow is the only way to reach him? Okay, good level. Is that speed cap? No. Technically, no. Oh, okay. He's super low, so you can just kind of smack him around with whatever. Lilina can kill this one easily. Very easily, in fact. At least these guys aren't ambush spawns. That's a big relief. Okay, you take out this one. Magbell and Bodlin are the only universes in one game unless you count Three Hopes. Isn't Three Hopes the same setting as Three Houses, or no? Is it its own weird thing? Because they're like, oh, this doesn't play like a Fire Emblem game. Let's just make it completely disconnected. I hope that's the last turn of those reinforcements. Because if not, my units are very poorly rated to take them on. I don't think it's explained, but I'm pretty sure it's like an... Oh, okay. Alternate universe situation. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, meanwhile, back in Disaster Town. Things could be worse, though. Things could always be worse. Yeah, I can pick this guy off and then just... spawning in these assholes with silver lances, though. It's a problem. Technically... Okay. Yeah, if I can, like... Well, no, because there's still the Wyvern Lord in melee with... Damn it. I thought I had the beginnings of a clever plan, but never mind. The strategy remains circle the wagons and pray nobody dies. Which is not exactly what I would call a top-notch play. Still, it's been great for the experience of these four up here. Mostly my pre-promote, unfortunately. But there's been a very consistent meat grinder of units for them to fight. Noah, please. Thank you. Oh, really? Isn't Three Hopes kind of like the Dynasty Warriors? A Dynasty Warriors sort of game? I've never really been able to get into those personally. Okay, and everybody has to just sit. Okay, here's hoping no one dies. Why? Why? Jesus, and I thought the desert map towards the end of Radiant Dawn was bad with reinforcement spawns. I do very much get the appeal of Dynasty Warriors type games, because it's just like, you know, kind of one man versus an army sort of deal, which can be thrilling if, you know, you're the one man. Because just mowing down a bunch of, like, insignificant... It's a power trip. It's a power fantasy. I get that. Okay, there's the bolting. And it whiffs. Three Hopes is good, but you could pass on. Right, I forgot about Warriors. That's also in that style. Okay, Dane getting hit is not good. Dane critting is not necessarily good. Because it just means more chances for the enemy to kill him. Oh, this is about to go south. My luck's about to run out up here. Dan, you beautiful bastard. Live! 1 HP in a dream! Alan dodges a hit that would have... Oh! Crit! Big. Big. Please, AI. RN Jesus, have mercy. Those are naturally ambush spawns that move right when they appear, because of course they are. It's FE6. This is not even salt. This is just aggressive despair. Why are they all going for Rutger? Okay, well, one of them didn't, so there we go, I guess. Is this death? No! He lives! But he's still not out of the woods. There's one other person who can attack him this turn. Does this mad lad get to live to see another Wait! Those weren't ambush spawns, they didn't move. Holy shit, he survived with 1 HP. Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna get stomped by numbers unless I go, like, all-out attack, have Clarine mop up one of the promoted units, and then I'm gonna have to heal him with the Saint Staff. That's the only way that I don't get just crushed by attrition up here. And, you know, maybe if I'm very lucky, when I recruit Gale, I get his boys for free. Well, she was already in range and nobody attacked her, so... let's take a further chance. Silverlance, go! Boy. If I would have known that this team up here would have been fighting off reinforcements for this long, I would have sent some better units. At least Noah's tanky as hell. It helps to have him as the tip of the spear. Okay, so technically I could yeet Shanna in here, because I do have a tiny bit of an opening. It doesn't look like it's a great idea. But I could move it so she is the one getting attacked rather than him, who is at weapon triangle disadvantage. She does have equivalent avoid. And... I like her luck. Yeah. She's probably the better option here. Yeah, let me take advantage of this brief reprieve to, like, swap around my circling the wagons order here. Because I feel like old Dan has pushed his 12 luck to its absolute fucking limit. Alright, and reinforcements, because of course there are. Rutger can't really hit these guys hard enough, so... just burning through those brave bow uses, but it's fine, Shin. We've got a nice, shiny, legendary bow waiting for you that you'll be able to bust out next chapter. To slay all those... That's right, you can go on mountains. I always forget that part about this class. There you go, Garrett. Psh. Reinforcements? Who cares? Oh, I have kind of locked myself into... Well, that's fine. I have a bard here. For real. One of the redeeming factors. Two berserkers crossing the mountains. Yeah, that would be pretty comical for sure. Alright, Percival. Where do you hand axe counter? Hand axe counter is still good. So I'll just have you equipped with the hand axe and rush up here to try and salvage this absolute garbage. Nobody is wounded. I think I've got a pretty winning strategy for dealing with those reinforcement spawns. So let me keep pushing. Father Yoder does need to Saint Staff to... Well, no. He won't get attacked this turn. So I can just move him back into formation and he can get healed next player phase. So, yeah, actually I can save a use. That's good. Allowing me to use my last hammer in use on bolting. Actually, unironically, yes, I think I'm gonna do that. I don't have a problem. All three of my hammer uses have been dumped right into bolting, and I feel absolutely no regret. Alright, Big Deke energy can start to advance. Faye remains where she's at. Merlinus is going to continue to have a mental breakdown. Great. Everything is as it should be. She really is a goddess of death with bolting. It's incredible. She's magic capped now, by the way. At like level 10 or 11. It's so beautiful. Now, my big hope is that all those Wyvern Knights who came in with Gale and have not been attacking will turn into green units after I recruit him. That'll go a long way towards helping to bail me out from my never-ending nightmare of reinforcements I'm currently facing down. This could be bad. This could be bad. Why did only the Wyvern Lord attack? What is happening? I'm giving the screen a look. Oh shit, well I could just die right here. Honestly, my Roy has grown really well. If he promoted at an even remotely reasonable time, I'd be very, very happy with him. Roy continues to avoid certain death. We love that for him. No, why did you have to crit? Can he do it again? Okay, this is not death. He avoids it anyway. Can he avoid it again? Nope. Alright. I'm sorry. I let you all down. I'm sorry. Was going really well, too. I just got greedy. Alrighty. Well, I'll pick it up starting on this chapter next time. All because he had to show off in crit. Literally. Literally. It would have been better if I hadn't had him in support range. So he probably wouldn't have had crit chance, or it probably would have been like 2. I don't know. Yeah. That one hurt. That one hurt. After all the good luck I had to get there, but... Well, now I know better. I can probably approach this a little better next time. I will probably almost certainly be going live later this evening with Pokeboomers stuff. I've got the ground gym to face in Gen 5. That'll probably be in about 2.5 hours from now. In the meantime, Hugh of Hugh Gaming should be going live soon with his Pokeboomers fight. Yeah, wasn't really on me. Don't beat myself up. It's a rough one. Yeah. Still, I don't know. I just, it feels like falling on your face right when you're at the goal line almost. But hey, that's Fire Emblem. It only beats me because it loves me, right? So I'm going to start to wrap it up here. Thank you again, everybody, for coming out. Spend a little bit of your morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it may be for you. I don't see anyone I know streaming, so no raid. If you're not following this guy, follow him because he's part of the Pokemon Nuzlocke stuff I've been doing. He'll be going live, and I'll be going live again later tonight. Probably. Get a little rest, yeah. I certainly need some water. My throat's fucking dry. Thanks again, everybody. Thank you again to the anonymous gifter for the 5 gift sub bomb. Seriously, made my day. Super appreciated. Cannot thank you enough. If you're watching the VODs after the fact, I see you. I appreciate you. My name is Vimbert. I'll see you around the internets, everyone.